Felicitations and chills. Felicitations and chills, my family of fledglings. And Ghost, it's good to unsee you as well. Hello and welcome, everybody. Why are you not where you need to be? Be the mic I need you to be. Welcome to a very special discourse night tonight. Not least of which, we have an unboxing to do, which is fun and exciting. But we're also going to be trying something very different. We're going to be a little bit analytical tonight. I'm going to tear something down and try to understand it and see if it's good or not, which is a different area for me. I do this. I just don't do this live. So we're going to see how that goes. Did it print with some lights in it this time? I'm intrigued. Can you post that in Pride? I'm curious to see how that turns out. Yes, welcome. I've missed you in our past couple days. I have. It's been a hard week and a half. Some of you I've shared why. And for those of you I haven't, feel free to batter my DMs to understand the why. And it's not going to get easier until maybe the end of this week or the beginning of next Monday. I am optimistic that this next Monday everything going to be Irie. We'll see. Just one light in the pumpkin. Okay. That sounds appropriate for this season. Oh, I love that. It is a Michael Myers with a pumpkin behind him that glows. Very nicely done. For those of you who are stumbling upon this for the very first time, my name is Damian Halme, disruptor of the status quo. I'm here to help deprogram the things that you've been programmed by. We analytically bust apart ideas. We also start our streams with raids because that's how amazing Yeti is. Yeti, we love you, Yeti. It has been a long time that my dear friend has not been streaming because life sometimes gets in the way. That's how things do. And not least of which, for those of you that don't know, Yeti is in an amazing band named Necrogasm, spelled just like it sounds. I know you can't mess that up, so please check out their music. But also, Yeti streams on Twitch, so would you please check out the show that looks something kind of like this. And that's where my plugin takes over and actually plays a clip. It's gonna play a clip or what? You deleted all your clips, every single one? No wonder I did this thing with my fingers and nothing happened, except it feels like I'm cupping an invisible spiritual entity. All right, well, we're just gonna have to go and make some new ones then. New memories together. Well, welcome in, Raiders. My deepest thanks to Yeti. And also, Demonade, I love you. Thanks for being here. It's good to see you alive again. Alive and well. Some of my favorite people on the internet. Yes, thanks for spelling out Necrogasm for anybody who messed up there. That's who you go look at. Got your water? Akumu, I couldn't start a stream and have you be mad at me. I made sure to remember. Not only because it hydrates me, but also because the message on that bottle is so important to me in my life right now. While we're still going through the biggest of what we're going through. Yeah. Yes, tonight we're going to be exploring a man. We're not going to be exploring a man. Wow, please don't take. We're going to be exploring the theory created by a person who lives by game theory. He is a behavioral designer and an expert in gamification named Chou. I had to hear him say his own last name because it's spelled Chou, and in Mandarin, if you saw that in Pinyin spelled out, I would have pronounced that last name Chou, not Chow, but I heard him say it, and so it's different. Yeah. Yet he and I were connected. He dies, I die. We're gonna have to keep both of you alive and well then. It sounds like, from what I understand though, Yeti has turned over a new leaf in health. He is no longer just eating takis and drinking lemon juice shots, but actually taking better care of himself and getting out and being active and, yeah, turning over a new leaf. I did a short stream tonight because I have an appointment tomorrow to try my test socket. A new leg? Could it be? You're turning over a new leg too. Amazing. This really is a good era for you. Everything's coming up Yeti. That makes me very happy. I could not think of a better person to receive good things and new things than you. So, I'm proud of you. Yes, we're going to be studying Yukai Chou's idea called Octalysis. It's one that I stumbled upon recently and started to look into it. I was like, oh, I better stop looking into this because I'd like to have a fresh reaction with everybody to see what we think. He's one of those people that deep dives into so many things and has impacted a number of very high-level thinkers. So I wanted to take a moment to understand something that I think very few people have actually been exposed to. Yeah, so we're going to be doing that. But also, tonight, I want to thank you, the audience, because we have reached a certain milestone that I wasn't expecting until maybe more like November, and that's wild to me. That is our last donation goal that I can think of that will actually turn into equipment for doing content creation for the foreseeable future, for some good time, actually. You all have been the funders and creators of this business so far. Even if I had to take a small loan out to make it through some of the harder times last year, we ran into a small financial crisis. Can you say small and crisis at the same time? Maybe that's the wrong. It was important, and we took out a business loan from this business to see ourselves through, and I appreciate you for that too. But we've repaid that back, and every penny that we've earned so far through this particular venture, content creation under my name, has paid back into itself. Someday I've considered maybe even posting the financials. I don't know if that's something that anybody has ever done or tried, but not only would it show clarity, transparency on what you've done over the last several years, I think it would also help other streamers maybe, or people interested in doing content creation, to see what somebody could do with their funds and how a business like this could be run over time. The only thing that hasn't been, I love your emoji. I've missed you hopping in and living this emoji life in my chat. Yeti, thank you. I appreciate your face. So anyway, yeah, down to like the microphone, the boom arm, the lights, the audio station that we're using, the backdrop setup. Literally everything has been started by and ended by you guys. You've made a streamer happen from, I mean, I think I bought my own webcam and I use my own computer because I use it for other things, and I don't feel appropriate charging you for the cost of a computer. But everything else that has made actual live streaming work has been because of you. And we've just acquired sort of the last piece of that. up until now, and nobody in stream knows this better than Akumu. We've been using a software-based audio mixer to get everything routed, sound going, levels for volume, and multiple inputs all put into the same output, which is this stream, right? And that is the broadcasting software I use. The first one to sort of like start broadcasting software as a thing to do, which is OBS. And in OBS, there is a beta system where you can take application audio, mix it together into this big software mixer, and output sometimes a show. But it is in beta. It's been in beta for more than a year, I feel, and we haven't done a lot of advancements. It still has the same problems that it has had a year ago. So I don't know what they're doing with it. I think they just call it beta so that they don't have to fix it. And we're replacing that. We're replacing that as soon as I get this thing unboxed. Well, I'm not going to unbox it and then set it up here on stream because, oh, what a waste of time. Weehaw, hello and welcome. I'm cooked. So much homework. How dare they? Have you told them how important you are and that you need time to, one, work out, take care of yourself, stay healthy and smashing? Two, you need bean eating time. That takes out a significant portion of your day. And three, you're a famous streamer. So among those three things, how can they keep giving you so much homework? Have you asked them not to? Be like, hey, the trifecta, the self-care, the beans, and the strem. Boom. They have to know. They have to understand. I wish, but it's literally an entire night's worth. Oof. Oof. You can put me on low as ASMR and get to work, I guess, but I don't agree with you having to do this much work. I'll probably be up at least until 3 a.m. Ew. You're glazing me. Thank you. I've had those nights. It sucks. It does suck. There's only one thing that sucks worse than having to stay up at until 3 a.m. doing stuff that maybe you're not even passionate about. Some of that homework might not even be in course material that drives you. It's just state mandated curriculum that you're like, you know, whatever, I'm not that interested in this sort of thing. There's only one thing that sucks worse than that kind of homework, and that is not achieving a certain level of school, getting into a dead-end job, and waking up 5 out of your 7 days every week with the existential dread that you absolutely hate life and hate what you're doing for a living, but you can't get a better job because your education has cut you off from certain opportunities, and there's no way out of this because you can't ever quit and still pay the rent and still live and have food in your stomach. Yeah. I don't mean to make that sound like a cautionary tale. Just homework is not fun, but there are worse not fun alternatives as an adult. And I know a few people that would make changes, myself included, to the amount of education I worked on and focused on, knowing how adult life would be. If I knew better how adult life would be. David, I love you so much, brother. I have to get to sleep soon. Oh yeah, we know. You got the new leg thing. I was expecting you to be gone a long time ago. The fact that you stayed this long is testament to how much you overvalue me. I'm going to go practice some left-handed guitar to a metronome before I crash out because you are so metal. Yeti, just for the shiggles, is teaching himself left-handed guitar. He and I both share that we're left-handed, and he plays right-handed guitar amazingly already. I play right-handed guitar for money, but not amazingly. And he just decided to pick up left-handed just because his brain's that awesome. One day I'll be a master shredder on the left-handed guitar. I know you will. I know you will, because you will not stop practicing. You're basically Squizguard from Deathclock. You're just constantly noodling and being amazing. Please sleep well. Love your face, and we'll catch up soon. I mean, we're already kind of caught up, but we'll catch up on other stuff soon. I have other stuff to tell you that we didn't talk about this last time we hung out. Yeah. Accelerated bio sucks. I did that. Yeah, it does. It does. But I'm still trying my damn hardest. You'll be paying into future you for doing what you're doing now, for trying your hardest. And you're left-handed too. I didn't know, but I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Yeah. I could have guessed, maybe, if I had the incentive to guess. Okay. On with our show tonight. We are going to be looking at Octalysis, going to be trying to understand what's going on there. But first, we're going to be doing an unboxing of the last goal thing, physical item that this stream will probably ask for this foreseeable future, until something like dies, falls apart. Let's hope that doesn't. I don't want to put up a goal that's like, emergency, we have no camera. I'm streaming to you with no camera because my camera died. Let's pretend that there's a universe that there's never a universe where that happens. Yeah, my teacher's a mean old hag too. Ew. I had that with, which math did I have that with? One of my maths. I was in accelerated math through high school, and one teacher, I was just like, I don't understand how you can be this mean and your job is to work with teenagers. You should be nicer. Or maybe the teenagers made her mad or mean or something. I didn't go to a high school where it was like dangerous minds and the kids were all like being rude and like tossing paper airplanes and putting whoopee cushions under the teacher. Everybody was like mild mannered and came from a higher standard of living than me, so they were all polite and did their work. But this teacher was unreasonably mean. Yeah, but hey, she can't stop me. I'm trying my hardest out of spite. Good. The last thing you would want is to get a bad grade in a bad teacher's class, because then, yeah, spitefully, like, I imagine that they would like go home and judge you. I don't know. Don't use that. Don't use that as do it, get it done with. Soon that teacher will never have to interact with you in your life. They'll be stuck teaching the same class in this dead-end low-pay job, and you're going to move on to great, much better things. Fourth grade teacher hated boys. That's a problem. That's like half the population. She'd often get on to me for asking questions. She called it disrespectful to ask questions at school. I mean, if you're asking like the wrong like questions a fourth grader shouldn't ask, maybe one thing, but dudes, even still as a fourth grader, I'd be like, you know what, you're a fourth grader, you get some slack. Even if you ask me like a question maybe I shouldn't be talking about in fourth grade, I'd be like, you know what, that's fine. You how would you know? How would a fourth grader know what an inappropriate or appropriate question is, right? It was normal fourth grade questions. She just hated boys. Why would you? Anyway, let me grab the thing. It's right here. I don't have to go anywhere, but I do have to step down to ground level, so I have to go down. For those of you that don't know, as if I have to explain or describe myself, probably most of you already know this. I am the person that doesn't do anything normal unless normal happens to be the best way. I don't use a QWERTY keyboard. When I do use the keyboard that I use for, say, first-person shooters, I don't use WASD. I don't use a mouse. I am using a special theory, not a theory, a strategy with my eyesight called monovision that's different than what most people do for correcting nearsightedness. I don't sit at a sitting desk. I am sitting right now, but I'm sitting at a walking desk. And so my chair is a tall chair that lets me be up this high on a platform that covers a treadmill so that I can walk and type and use my pointer device, which is not a mouse, all at the same time. And so when I step away from the stream and go do a thing, I have to step down to the ground to come back. So the last thing that this stream did not have that it does now, besides camera, lights, audio, all these things, and games that we played as well. Many of you have gifted, donated games, and I super appreciate your faces for that, because without games, we didn't have content for a while. Now we're moving on to bigger, better things than merely games alone, and I can't thank you enough for being here. Speaking of who's being here, Troa. Not missing a streak, even though you're supposed to be on vacation right now. I didn't necessarily expect you to pop in and say hi. I imagined maybe you would lurk to try to see if you could keep a stream streak going, but that's also a Twitch problem that seems to only be happening to Troa, that they can't keep a streak alive for your account. I don't know why. I put my nose to the grindstone. Please be careful. It can get bloody. I'm definitely on vacation and being spoiled rotten. Oh, well, that sounds awful. I wouldn't recommend. Why don't you just go back home and go back to work? No, that sounds fantastic. You deserve it. Congrats on getting spoiled. We are doing an unboxing, and that thing is for an audio production studio in an integrated physical device. And I have you all to thank for this. This is an amazing piece of equipment, and I hope it will, one, resolve many of the problems that we've had with audio before, and two, do things that we haven't been able to do in the past in streams that are now going to be unlocked to us in future streams. So thank you for that. I don't know how to do this and be at the mic at the same time, so I may back away from the mic. If I back away from the mic, though, you might not hear me. This is a mic that you can stand 6 inches off to the side and the audio drops off almost immediately, which is why you can't hear all of the other people working in this room. I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be weird? I grab the camera one day and I turn it and there's just like a whole, I don't know, labor mill of like 30 people all working inside this one room. You're like, wait, what? He's in a factory. There's all, what, they're making shoes here? When he stops streaming, is he making the shoes? You're inside of it. Oh no, I would hate that. A server farm. Has anybody seen those? They're just like little slot places next to each other. They don't even look like they're big enough to be comfortable, and people just have the camera on them, and they're usually in some sort of economic situation where they're coerced or they're under an unfair or asymmetrical contract, and they stream crazy amounts of days and hours, and they're all like side to side to side to side. It's just gives me the heebly-jeeblies. The thing. This is actually heavy, and I'm surprised, first off, that it is the... It's too shiny to show. The Rodecaster Pro 2. And this thing is big. The box, anyway. It's way bigger than I expected it to be, first off. Rode, by the way, if you want to give me money for showing off your product online like a advertisement, call me. Thanks for the lyric. I'll be in and out of it. Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll be here doing what I do for a living. It's way bigger than I expected it to be. That's what she said. I saw what you did there. Yeah, I am not sponsored. Not sponsored by anybody at this current phase in my career. If you're watching this from future you and looking back on this old VOD of a live stream, back in this era, 2024 era, I was not sponsored by companies. How do you open this thing? I thought it was like a sleeve on the outside of a smaller box, and now I'm questioning if I'm doing the right thing. Oh, there's a sticker on the side. It's one of those round clear stickers that I didn't see, and I have like nothing to cut this with, and it happens to be the stickiest round sticker I've ever stuck in Stuxburg. The stickiest sticker to stick in Sticksville. Okay, so that it's just a sleeve. It just slides right off, if you know what I mean. Just gonna slide. I can't slide it off. And now it's off. Okay, so that's just empty. I was gonna toss it on the ground. Have you seen there's a genre of showcasing items for other people to buy, where the spokesperson, usually some sort of like pretty spokesmodel sort of lady, will showcase items at an incredibly fast pace. They were predominantly on TikTok for a long time, or I should say Douyin, which is the Chinese version of TikTok. And their job was to showcase as many items as possible in a day. Maybe they got a commission on an item that she would be spokesperson for. Per like so many items in a day could get you a certain amount of commission. And so she would unbox something, hold it up, some shoes, a dress, a purse, something like that, and then throw it and move on to something else, all like in a matter of like 3 seconds per item. So you'd get a quick glance at it, you'd have this idea of maybe I should go to the link and buy now or whatever, or if I don't buy this, there's only 50 of them, and somebody else, some other 50 people are going to get it. So there's that idea of scarcity. And then she just move on to the next item. She doesn't move. So there's like a whole team of people that are tossing her boxes that are already open where she can grab the thing and hold it up. And she says like one word per item, or maybe 2 words per item tops. And then she tosses it and somebody else on the team picks it up and processes it, which just sounds like a mess. I don't know how long those streams last, but also sounds like a horrible way to do a business. For those of you that are able to skip ads on Twitch and can hear my voice now, or if you're watching from one of the other platforms upon which we stream, namely YouTube, Instagram, and Kick, I changed the ad timing on Twitch to do something that I hope is beneficial in the future. And that is the first ad always ran at 30 minutes into a Twitch stream. And before you have a pre-roll ad, or sorry, what are they called? Before you have a scheduled ad run, the stream would subject people on Twitch to pre-roll ads. Pre-roll ads are basically you stop into the stream of any particular streamer on Twitch, and Twitch shows you ads that you can't skip before you can even get into watching the show. I've never liked that. I don't like ads, period. Twitch does not let streamers disable ads, so you don't have a choice in whether people see or don't see ads. You only have the choice as to when and how they see ads. So I wanted to make it so pre-roll ads disappear for the largest amount of time on Twitch possible, because I think out of all the ads Twitch plays, the pre-rolls are the worst. They block anybody from coming into a channel from seeing that channel's content until you pay your dues, which I just don't like. So what I've done instead on Twitch is I run a pre-roll, or sorry, I run a scheduled ad as early as I can. Which is, I think I set it for 1 minute. It still takes a couple minutes for it to pop up. So at the maybe 3 minute mark on the stream, it runs a scheduled ad then. And I think if I understand correctly, and maybe you all can tell me if this is the case, from that point on, instead of hopping in that first half hour being subjected to pre-roll ads, everybody on Twitch who can't ad skip is then free of ads until the next scheduled one. No pre-roll at all, no cost of admission. You can just pop into the stream, hang out, chat, chill, and you don't have to pay your dues like in so many other streams. If that's working, if I've basically found the hack to make Twitch drop almost all pre-roll ads ever, except in those first 3 minutes of the stream, which for a 5-hour stream, if I can't fix the first 3 minutes, that that's my burden to bear streaming on Twitch. But let me know if it's working. If it is working, basically after that first scheduled ad roll in the beginning of the stream, pre-roll ads should be gone for the remainder of the 4 hours 57 minutes. So let me know, guys, if that's working, those of you who are on unskippables. Okay, so without the sleeve, that's what it looks like. It's very IKEA white minimalism at that point then. And we'll just open the side here and take a look inside. And there's just more white. It's just like, you could buy these other products too. Welcome to, I'm really bad at doing this. Welcome to Next Level Audio. And then it says there's arrows, which is kind of weird. There's like an up arrow and a down arrow. So you can pull up from the bottom or down from the top. You're wearing a sweater, aren't you hot? So this room is warm when it is warm outside. This room is cool when it is cool outside, cold when it is cold outside. It's one of the newer rooms in the house, but the windows are old, if that makes sense. It's a new room with old windows. One wall is old, and it's subject to some amount of variance in temperature and weather. Also, this just happens to be one of my favorite sweaters. It's thin. It's not that hot. I wear it for comfort against my skin, and it's pro Finland, which, you know, my family's Finnish, so it's got this. Which, for those of you that don't know flags, is the Finnish flag in heart shape. I wish it was better. I wish it wasn't like a thin black outline of a heart and just like more stylistic. But I think it came from one of those farms where they'll just print anything on a sweatshirt, and this one happened to be just like one of the clip art things that they'll print on there for you. It's not particularly well designed, but it is the only Finnish supportive outfit I could find online, just about. But it couldn't possibly be as warm as you over there. Okay, so inside the very top insert thing, welcome to Next Level Audio, whatever, they hid the power cable. So this thing does need power. Good thing I have plenty of that in this room. If I didn't have a power source, I don't know what I'd be doing. And holy crap, this thing is way bigger than I expected on the inside as well. It's like a TARDIS. I was expecting this to be maybe on par with like a small Stream Deck sort of looking device, and that it would sit next to me on my desk, maybe next to my pointing device, and I could sort of, it may still, I need to rethink how I have My desk set. Let me show you what I mean so that I'm not just talking to you in abstract terms. How do I grab? Oh my god. But it's heavy too. It is on the heavier side. So that is it. This is very large. This is professional audio mixing, routing, and controlling equipment for sure. That is, I knew it was a 6-channel mixer. When I saw the buttons and I saw the sliders, I had this feeling of like, yes, that looks like it takes up some real estate, but also it's probably not nearly as big as what you might find in a studio, because it's meant for content creators and streamers and stuff like that. It's not meant to live in a audio studio or something like that. Let me make sure there's nothing underneath it that I might be throwing away. There's stuff underneath, hiding inside of inserts. I'll toss the actual box down like I'm on that one Fast Ladies website. Okay, I think this one's empty. Solo Saloon, welcome. Here to lurk, getting ready to head to bed. Flight to TwitchCon at 6 a.m. It's going to be a lot of fun. One day, maybe I'll be a presenter at TwitchCon at this rate. Should be... Did I just say TwitchCon? Man, I'm a nerd. Everything's calm. Please enjoy, have a safe trip, and I hope you guys have a wonderful vacation. Every act of that vacation, as I understand, it's multiple acts. So sleep well so that you're having the least stressful strem of all. Man, I'm really streamer brained. I just told you to have a good stream, not have a good vacation. Have a good vacation, have a good trip. We are unboxing, by the way, the thing. Beautiful, yeah. So that's on our docket, and that's not just on our docket. We're also going to be doing analysis and stuff like that too. Hoping to enjoy San Diego. I think you will. I loved every minute I've spent in San Diego. It is TwitchCon. That's suppose. Oh, catch the VOD. All right, excellent. Yeah. It's a little bracket of some sort that will go onto something. It's small, but it looks useful, and it feels metal and heavy. So I don't want to lose whatever that thing is. There's more cables. This probably plugs us into the computer. We've got USB-C. Nice. Oh, that might actually plug into the digital audio workstation that we're running with. This, I think, is our... Oh, never mind. I understand. This is our power converter here. Man, I'm really bad at this whole thing. Power converter here that's going to plug into the power cable that we have. And then this USB-C, everything's USB-C, which is nice. USB-C power plus USB-C data transfer. So this is going to plug into either the back of the digital audio workstation or somewhere else in the computer. I don't have a lot of USB-C throughput, so I may need to be... We need to look and analyze and understand what's going on there. And then let's take out the actual beast, shall we? Does anybody else get nervous when you have something expensive or nice, like a brand new game console or piece of equipment that you saved up for, and you're taking it out of like the plastic and the protection and everything? Does anyone else have this feeling like the second I remove all of the protective things that have brought you to me safely, now I'm gonna do something? I'm gonna scratch, I'm gonna scuff, I'm gonna instantly age you, and I'm gonna regret it. I feel that way. I feel very nervous holding something like this, especially this one thing that was supposed to be a streamer goal for basically most of 2024. And we still have so much more 2024 left. Basically all of fall and a tiny bit of winter. right? And it's already here, which is it's hard for me to fathom. I'm extremely grateful, to the point where I'm at a loss for words to thank you all for everything that you've done. Not just this, but like everything. When I think of this is just the last piece in like a long journey of getting the right lighting, getting the right audio, getting the right backdrop, getting everything situated there while trying to provide value. Because that's obviously something that you have to consider as a content creator. Is you can throw a bunch of money and products at a situation, but if you don't put on a good show, then all of those pretty lights and nice cameras and everything, what is it for? What is it for if the show is not doing something for the folks that are here to watch? So we try our best to be the best entertainers, value givers, level uppers of your life as possible. And this stuff just helps us do the job at a higher level. So here's the thing without all the shiny plastic in the way. And I'm sure some of you would love to see this, so I want to make sure I do this on camera, because there's a whole sub-genre for this. But there's a plastic, filmy, bubbly thing on top of the display. So we're just going to go ahead and take that off on camera. Okay, that wasn't like so monumental. It wasn't like taking that, I don't know. Some of these things are harder to pull off and they have like a film. This one's just, well, now you can see the whole rest of the room, the whole rest of the server farm. It's so reflective. So that's it. Very large, unwieldy to hold up in front of a camera. And I'm not going to spend tonight's stream setting this up. But it exists, and it is here now. And when I have time, and well, when I have time, we'll be setting this up and getting everything plugged in and working on this so that it can be the last beautiful piece of equipment to fulfill our humble in-house studio. Thank you again so much for this. It means more to me than I can express in words. The amount of love that you all have poured into this endeavor. Just a bit emotionally overwhelmed. So rare, I know, to hear Damien at a loss for words, but here I am. At a loss for words. Oh, Lady Nico, hello, welcome. I'll hold it up one more time, and I'm going to go set this in a safe location such that it does not become damaged in any way. The Rodecaster 2 production equipment thingy. Very large. Lots of inputs in the back too. So when we get to the point where we're doing like interviews, podcasting, the whole shebang, live music again, like we did for the concert, it can all live inside of one huge, amazing device. It does everything that a mixer can do. It does everything that the Elgato Stream Deck can do as far as managing stream audio and commands and everything as well. It is just a powerhouse beast of a device. And I'm going to probably be spending a lot of time setting it up, but beside myself in gratitude for you all in helping make this happen. Can I push the button? Yes, make your way down to Atlanta and you may push the button. Let me set this down somewhere safe, and we'll be back and we'll start the main topic of tonight. It also has really nice rubberized rounded feet on the bottom as well. So it's one of those things that pushing the buttons and moving the sliders and everything, if you have a slick desktop surface like I do, I have an old 1980s hand-me-down free desk that I work from. Someday I will show you the desk. Then it won't slide around while you're trying to manipulate the buttons and everything. I'm back. What the fuck did I come back to? I was unboxing the Rodecaster Pro 2. Yeah. If you missed the entire unboxing and you're just coming back right now, you can either watch the VOD or look up what a Rodecaster Pro 2 is and know that there's one of those for the stream now. So, without further ado, that means goodbye. Without further ado, we'll move on to the main portion of tonight's stream, which is looking into Yukai Chou's work in gamification. Yes, we hit the goal just last stream. So between last stream, was it just last stream? I think it was just last stream and today, it's already here and it's already done. And this thing down here with the little bit of goal left over, this isn't even a monetized goal. We are officially moving to a new level of goal for the stream, which is tracking how many watch hours we have left to hit the final YouTube milestone in metrics to have full partnership rights. We achieved partnership a little while ago. Some of you were here for the celebrating partnership stream. However, YouTube keeps some of its historical partnership benefits external to initial partners, and you have to continue to evolve future milestones with the company. I've crossed every milestone line YouTube has set in front of me except one, which is this little tiny blip of watch hours, and it has to be done in a rolling period of 365 days, which is the hardest part. That means that when tomorrow gets added to the analytics of the 365 days, this day last year gets deleted. So those watch hours no longer apply. You can't do more than 365. So every new day added, another day gets taken away, and the whole graph hops that way. A lot of people have claimed that watch hours are the trickier part of designing a path towards full partnership for themselves. Although I have heard there's a subgroup of YouTube content creators who are having the opposite problem. They've nailed watch hours, they went viral on something, or they create the sort of like clickbaity content that you pop in, you a million to 2 million people watch, and go that way. Not necessarily viral, but just like clickbait sort of stuff, and they get the watch hours easily, but people aren't interested in your channel because it doesn't have substance. But we don't have that problem. We have the watch hours problem for now. I keep missing things. You're good. You have so many spinning plates. I know, I was there. Yeah. Dave, did you see? No, I did not see your goofy haircut. What's going on there? Is it something that you've decided upon, that you agreed to? Why have we already hit a quota with YouTube on StreamerBot? Something's going on there. All right. Well, that will reset at the top of this next day that's coming forth. What's up? Oh, that's you pushing the buttons. I was like, what is that emoji you keep spamming, Lady Nika? Then I realized much button push. All right. Let's do a share of the browser. What? That's me. That's not the right browser. How weird. That's not even it's not even Brave, I think. Well, now you get to watch me streaming. Is it this one? Yes. All right. Can we do the same on Instagram as well? Yes. All right. We're in business. That other screen was the preview of how the Instagram stream looks. For any of you who have not ever watched the stream from Instagram and seen it in vertical format before. Yes, we stream in horizontal landscape mode and in portrait mode at the same time across 4 different platforms. Crazy. That took quite a bit of setup, but I'm crazy and I know how to do this stuff. So here we are. I needed it short and it's nice. It's supposed to be left messy, but I'm lazy, so it just falls on my forehead. All right. Sometimes these things happen, and it took me a long time, many years, many seasons of my life to realize that a haircut that looks great when maintained, but looks awful when you don't maintain it is not a haircut worth having. Sometimes you gotta love how a hairstyle looks when you don't do anything to it, really. All right, so let's see. Looks like part of this got cut off at the top, so let me just, I think I did this because we were watching YouTube on this particular browsy thing. So if I were to go in here, maybe move this down a skosh, can we move this part up a wee bit? We can. Kind of like nya. This part needs to come over a little bit to, say, there. Bring the bottom down. And looks like we're in business. Okay, cool. Kind of move that over to there. I have to tilt my head when I do that because I don't have a large studio sort of area, but my ring light covers up part of that monitor where I'm watching the stream myself. So if I'm to make live edits, I have to sort of look behind the ring lights to make that happen. And it's also very bright in that direction. So I try not to look straight at the ring light. I'm not a moth today. So yeah, this looks really overwhelming. I know it does. There's like way too much going on in this one infographic. We're not gonna look at this and understand what Octalysis is. We'll actually go in and study it from a nicer angle than this. But the first thing I noticed is gone, actually. Now that we're actually in here and taking a look. I was looking at this just before I started the stream, and this text that was all here was hiding underneath the sidebar, and I was like, oh no, it's not showing up right on the browser. But I moved the browser around, and I guess the text figured out just what the heck it was supposed to do. So we'll at least read the intro here to what this is supposed to be, and then we're going to skip a bunch of content so we can actually get into the theory and thoughts behind what this guy does. He also happens to have a video where he explains things in sort of like a QT way. I started to watch it, and I was like, oh, I better stop watching this so I can watch it live on stream with you guys in a unpoisoned watch this before the stream sort of fashion. So the full title of this little analysis tool, which, by the way, this isn't just me having discovered this. A number of people that I believe are even smarter than me. I know it's hard to think of people that are like that, but trust me, there's dozens of them have looked to this particular analytical framework. And so it may be helpful to, if it's helpful to them, it's helpful to smarter people, more well-established and accomplished people than me, then it might be good for me. That's part of why I brought this up. Is this good for me? Do I want to do this? Are we going to look at this and I have no notes, no critique, no feedback, and I would just want to start doing this today? Or is there room to grow and criticize? Would we change what they teach and maybe come up with something better? I don't know if we could do that like midstream. Maybe we could. Or it's garbage and it's just something that a bunch of people have bought onto and that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it's abstract and arbitrary and not great. I want to find out. So we're here to find out. So, formerly called the Octalysis Framework for Gamification and Behavioral Design. If you were looking to see something other than nerdy, life hacky, level yourself up content tonight. When we're done with this, I may be doing a little bit of gaming in Final Fantasy XIV. But for now, we're going to be big ass nerds, and you're going down this rabbit hole with me. And I'm going to try to explain this in the most non-nerd capacity possible. Also, I just noticed, because I washed my hair, and my hair has never really done this on its own. Maybe it's because as you get older, your cells change and the way things produce on your body change. But this thing right here is actually like a curl, like a loose and open curl of hair. My hair is actually spiraling. I didn't do that. I didn't dry my hair and then decide I want part of it to curl up. Maybe my hair is going from like kind of half straight, half wavy to having luscious locks. I wonder if I were to grow this out, if I were to get some like ringlets up in there. It's possible. Anyway, it's just my own vanity staring at my hair going, oh, what's that? That's new. This post is a high-level introduction to Octalysis. I did not want to start with the low level or only go into the low level. If we're going to do something, we're going to do it right. I want to learn. I want to know everything besides like a 30-second TikTok video explaining the loose mechanics or idea behind this. High-level introduction to Octalysis, the gamification framework I created, so says Yukai Chou, because we're reading from his website. Octalysis is a powerful gamification framework created after extensive research and study by its creator over 17 years. So this guy is getting, you know, almost as old as Nico Crashing. Just kidding. Nico, if you watch this on VOD, I love you. And you're only moderately older than me, so I can't make too much fun of you, or you can make it right back at me. I'm gonna tell him, don't do it. I mean, everybody else calls him old man. I can too, even though that makes me old if we're splitting hairs. Gamification, a design approach centered around human motivation, which sounds good already, takes elements from games and applies them to real-world activities. As a gamer, I like that. How dare you call me grandpa? I'm just kidding, Lady Nico. If you want to pass that on to him, you're welcome to. Anything that I say about Nico behind his back can be said to his face. In fact, that's how I live my life. I will never say anything about somebody that... Oh, I think I'm messing this up. I will never say anything about somebody that if it got to them, I wouldn't want them to hear, right? I don't like to backbite people. But calling me grandpa makes me die inside, especially because my kids are little. My oldest kid is in kindergarten. Don't make me feel too old before my time. All right, carrying on. Elements from games and plays in real-world activities. Octalysis emphasizes human-focused design instead of mere functionality. These are a little bit of weaselly words here. I don't know if I necessarily agree that he's like pumping up his theory, but if it's a theory that he's developed over 17 years, I'll give him some slack that the things that he says and feels about this particular theory, he must feel very deeply. If it's been around this long in his brain, he's allowed a little bit of pride in the way he explains it. Optimizing human motivation and engagement within a system, which we all live in a bunch of systems, so I get that this can be applied to a number of things. The framework comprises 8 core drives represented by an octagon shape, including epic meaning and calling, development and accomplishment, empowerment of creativity and feedback, ownership and possession. I think he's just like explaining the bullet points on this. I don't expect to absorb this. I don't expect you to absorb this. Social influence and relatedness, scarcity and impatience, and predictability and curiosity, and loss and avoidance. It all sounds exciting and like it spans across quite a large gamut. That's okay. Good for you. By understanding and implementing these core drives, designers can create engaging experiences that cater to intrinsic motivators and promote positive user experiences. So this is interesting. This tells us something that his idea is intended to be used as. He doesn't start out, he actually says this at the very end, which is kind of surprising. So we don't know why he's done this theory for quite some time. But in the very end, he says designers. Specifically, this would be anybody who does video game design, anybody who's designing maybe a student experience at a school, an employee experience at a company, or a customer experience through a brand. Those, in my opinion, would be the designers he's talking about. Maybe not like an engineer or I don't know, I'm trying to think. Well, maybe furniture design would work. I don't know. Probably not people that aren't interacting with systems that involve other people. Designers can create engaging experiences that cater to intrinsic motivators, motivation within you, and promote positive user experiences, which, I mean, anybody who's a designer wants positive experiences, not negative, unless you're designing a torture room or military boot camp that breaks a human's ego down so you can follow orders better. Anyway, we're going to skip through some of the details here, and I saw a video. It's near the bottom, so we'll come back up to the top. The beginner's guide. So here's the beginner's guide. This is number 4 of 90 of a series that this dude has done. So when he says he's worked on this for 17 years, I believe him. He's got a 90 video course on this. So pull this up and we will picture in picture. This is going to come up over top of or underneath the show. Underneath. Damn. All right. Let me see if I can fix that. Bring it there. We'll hide the browser momentarily to make this work, and probably do a bit of a resize on that. Toady, hi and welcome. How are we doing? How's your day? Good to have you in. I'm not.
What's wrong, Doug?
Nothing, not a thing.
I'm holding water.
I'm right as the mail.
I was just about to partially self-care myself right now as it was, but thanks to you, I will do the whole shebang. For those of you that need to see it, brighter days are indeed ahead. I feel very optimistic today. I actually got the sleep before tonight's stream that I said on paper I would get, and it's well, actually just slightly less. It's less than 4 hours of sleep, but it was so impactful. I've been down to 0 to 1 hours before a live stream of sleep, and it's really impacted me heavy. So this is this feels good. It feels good to have this many hours of sleep underneath my belt and then go live. My brain is actually firing on most of its cylinders. And if you're in the Discord and you've seen the schedule that I keep this year so far, especially last week and this next week, I have that one up on the Discord server as well. You know it's awful, and it does not account for much free time. There's family time built in there, but I still have to be a father, and that still feels clocked in to some degree. Woo, cylinder functionality. My day's been okay. How about you? My day was okay before I went to sleep. And that is to say, my day consists of waking up, doing a bunch of parenting things, then a full-time salary job, and then parenting, and then sleeping, and then content creation, and then more sleeping before the next day goes. So it's a really crazy schedule. but it was okay. Now, in this phase, having woken up from first sleep, now it's gotten a lot better. And because you're here, it's even better, Toady. Because I like you. Thank you for being here. Good to have a bit of optimism. Never been my thing personally, but if it works, it works. When I'm healthy and everything is covered on my bases, I'm an undying optimist. And I do hope to push more and more of that onto you all in my toxic, awful ways, manipulating and coercing you to think and feel higher level things. But I have been struggling to have high levels of optimism for a few years, not least of which some of you knew what happened in last year and the year before that, and yeah, just a bunch of stuff. So my undying optimism does know bounds, and I have found areas where I've been particularly hit hard mental health wise, and would like to at some point in the near future be able to afford therapy and do that whole thing as well. But I'm already feeling better tonight just because I got more sleep than I usually do. I should specify, I'm not pessimistic most of the time. Instead of glass half full or empty, it's just a glass kind of person. I feel that. And I think that's more insidious that happens to people too, that they don't necessarily feel the highs or joys or pleasures of other people who are in an optimistic state of mind. But being down, pessimistic, depressed, anxious, those things are sort of easier to see and address than just like not feeling highs or lows. It kind of feels like if you're just low grade in pain, you might just put that away instead of going and having a doctor see something about it or maybe help address it. Whereas if you're in big pain, you would immediately get it fixed because you can't tolerate living that way. The tolerated life is a dangerous one. Not saying that things are necessarily bad for you, just it's something to be cautious of because things can be left invisible for a while. Optometry never seemed too interesting to me. Oh, optimism? That's what happens when you have cookies or something, right? Cookies do help. I do like me some cookies. Although these days I like cookies a little bit too much, so I have to be cautious. All right, let's pause the music here and watch Yukai's explanation of gamification. This is not too long. Oh, it's actually kind of long. I'm kind of surprised. All right, it's like a 9-minute dive. And this is just the beginner's guide. So this is not going into the website to look there. This might, just watching this might help get us through the majority of the explanation of what it is that he's trying to teach then, and all in video form. I thought this was just going to be like a 2-minute funsies sort of thing. But cool, let's take a look. That was a awkward sound to start on.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yukai Chou, and this is the Beginner's Guide to Gamification, episode number 4. I, of course, am the co-founder of RewardMe, gamification pioneer and speaker at Stanford University, or I like to call myself a gamification go-su. But more importantly, I'm here to teach you about gamification, how to apply it, how to make it awesome, and dominate the world with gamification. So last time we talked about the 8 core drives of gamification. Today we want to put it together and show you what Octalysis is.
Episode number 4. This many. Even my kid, who's 4 years old, knows not to put up 2 hands at the same time, or that would be too many fingers. Maybe the tiny should be teaching this course instead of this guy. I know he said he does this lead concept development at Stanford and all, but now I'm starting to think Stanford's overrated. Either that or my tiny's ready for an Ivy League university. What do you think? Just kidding.
Looks like I'm going to be taking a red-eye trip. Octalysis is the gamification framework that I created. It is an analysis on how gamified a system is, and not just because it has badges or it has points, but just really see how well does it appeal to the core drives. And more importantly, look.
Wow. Okay. This is hard for me to watch. We may have to go back to the website. He's very fun. I like what he's doing with his jump cuts between different places and talking into. I mean, this is an older video. You could probably tell there's some pixels missing and the audio quality is just not quite there. But man, that's distracting to see him jumping back and forth between a conference room and a hotel and a supermarket while he's talking. I don't know who Stanford is, but he doesn't sound like a man you'd learn in. Whoa. Hey, yikes. Yeah. Here in the US, it's a university of well-renown.
Look at how can something be more gamified, can be improved, can be better designed into a more comprehensive, elegant, and actionable step. And it's called Octalysis because it's based on an octagon shape.
Okay.
While there's a lot of frameworks out there, it's a lot harder to really know exactly how to apply gamification to new products and create value. So the reason why I created a framework is because I wanted something that people could make actionable. Basically say, oh, we can better gamify the system by adding more social pressure, or we can add more unpredictability and curiosity into the system. The end goal.
These cuts hurt my brain. I know he's trying to be really clever. Like, look, he's so many different. He can wear so many different clothes, and he can be in so many different places. I get that. He's also cutting for content. I can tell, even in the same one area, he's had to.
Kissing everything.
Oh, hello and welcome, hi Raiders. Welcome to the show, already in progress. Your humble servant before you, Damian Holme, streaming about this guy.
I can smell you.
Oh, I can smell you too. Welcome, hi. She's your dad? She's everybody's dad, apparently. Also, welcome the queen of all things horror, Death Moth Curious. Let's do a shout out for
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
There it is. There it is. Welcome, Oz. Where'd that stream streak at? How's your stream streak looking these days? Let's do a quick shout out. If this works. Oh,
M as in masturbate.
That's inappropriate.
I don't care. Why?
So tell when you do that.
Y as in yodel.
What is going on? What was that clip? I've been lurking your whole stream because of course you have. You filthy lurker.
That's another thing.
Thank you, Toady.
I'm right as the mail.
Up to 157. If any of you have terrific ideas as to how to reward Oz for hitting such a high milestone, we are going to try to create some sort of reward system at the 150 mark. But because maybe we would give that to other future people as well who also hit 150. That seems like a nice, interesting number. It's not 100. It's not anything too large, but it's sizable. But we're at a loss as to like how to actually reward her. So let me know what you think. DM me or email if you do email. Anyways, apologies for those of you who are joining in for the first time. This is not a game, and we are doing deep, nerdy dive stuff, but we're studying this guy, Yukai. He created a gamification idea that's supposed to be really good for focusing on doing stuff with your life, giving you structure, changing the way you look at work, changing the way you look at study, changing the way you structure your day-to-day. It's sort of a gamification strategy to make things more fun, more pleasant, get you more motivation. It's a bit of an older video, so there's some video quality, there's some audio quality, and this guy loves to do jump cuts of himself. He's not a presenter, he's an ideas guy. So if, like me and Toady, you're getting a little icked out by the way he's made this video, try to put it aside and look at the ideas. instead of just the presentation style that he's gone with. Yeah. We're starting this guy. We don't know when we'll finish him. Ayo. All right. Let's continue on. He's describing Octalysis.
The goal is really to make something that is very actionable and usable to help anyone gamify their products. And of course, increase in user engagement and motivation.
All right, let's check out Octalysis. This is Yukai Chou signing off from my awesome face into boring interface. And so here we have a octagon shape. As you can see, there are 8 words which represent the 8 core drives of gamification.
What gets me is the audio quality fluctuates between cuts. Yeah. I would have preferred if he just dubbed it. Honestly, he seems like the sort of person too to develop something that's like an octagon shaped development sort of thing. If we just heard him talking into a microphone over top of those graphics and sort of moving his mouse around and talking and showing slides on a Keynote or something like that, or PowerPoint, that would be enough for me. I don't need all of this to create. The creativity also speaks to who he is as a person, though. So I wouldn't necessarily want to put it away. But you're right. The quality of production is, it's like Asmongold showing us how to cook $2 steaks. Like it's fine, but it's a little bit distracting at the level of quality that it's at. Finally, free from the cuts. No, he came back to it again. He came back to it. Also, we paused just at a critical point. I didn't realize it was going to happen. The secret word for this episode is again the word interesting. So this is number 4 of 90, I guess, but this is also the beginner's guide. So I don't know what the first 3 videos in his series are, but maybe across 90 videos, he's created some sort of sentence or key phrase or something. I don't know what's going on here. Secret word for this episode again. Let's see. Is the word I, first person singular. Collect all 50 words in order to win a secret prize. I don't think we'll win that prize. Not only am I not going to watch the other 89 videos in this series, but this prize, this is an older video. The prize is probably long since granted to somebody else. But he's a Star Wars nerd. I can appreciate that. Toady.
You may recall, the 8 drives are epic meaning and calling,
Well,
development and accomplishment, empowerment of creativity and feedback,
I am Yukai the White.
ownership and possession,
okay.
social pressure,
Now I'm Batman.
scarcity and impatience,
Unpredictability and curiosity.
Who's that guy?
loss and avoidance.
Broccoli. I'm so full, I'm going to die. So now we have all 8 of them graphed here on this octagon shape. And, you know, you have epic meaning and calling. We have accomplishment development, empowerment of creativity and feedback. All 8 of them are here. And so once you have all 8 of them here, you can start to figure out what are the game mechanics that go along with it.
That's a lot.
So with epic meaning and calling, there are game mechanics that you can add into, like adding narrative to it, adding elitism into the system, creating a sense of a humanity hero, giving them some beginner's luck. When you look at empowerment, you give them milestone unlocks, you give them boosters, you give them chain combos. And within development accomplishment, we have our usual favorites, the points, badges, and leaderboards. But we also got our progress bar. We also have a little bit more interesting things like crowning, level up symphony, juicy feedback, Euro effect. With ownership.
That's a lot. Is he going to read through all of these bullet points? I might have to skip this part. If he's going to sit here and read every single thing, I don't even know what some of these mean. So that part of this is lost on me because he's using rhetoric or jargon that's explicit to or not implicit. It's exclusive to a certain maybe type of design framework. Thank you for the lurk, Moth. Appointment dynamics, sunk cost tragedy. I don't know what some of these mean. You know what I'm saying? Glowing choice. These are terms that are probably used endemic to this ideology of gamification or design. Yeah. Dama just did some serious grinding and was able to get all of my homework done. You're kidding me. When did you say you were going to start grinding? That was like an hour ago. You finished an entire night's till 3 a.m.'s worth of homework in an hour? Are you wicked smart? Are you really smart? That's crazy. I would be tired too. I want to die. I legitimately want to. The world needs you. And if not the world, at least I do. So please continue to live at least through tomorrow. I'm still discombobulated by the guts. It was a lot. It was a lot. Yes, I am. Thanks. Good. The world needs more incredible smarties. And this guy too. I mean, I make fun of his style of explanation of things, but I know he's smart enough that I decided to put his analysis and gamification and maybe a way of life hacking the way you live your life. I'm willing to stick my neck out and put this up on live stream and do this instead of like Elden Ring or whatever. So obviously there's a reason. And if you bear with me, you know, I think there might be some worth that we can extract from this. Yeah. All of the homework blended together into one concept of thought. Oh, nice. That was nice. It was all science homework with a bit of civics. Oh, okay. All right. Not too bad. Not too shabby. An hour really is not a terrible time sink. And it hopefully means that you can get some good sleep this evening. All right. So let's see if he keeps doing this or not.
That's when you have virtual goods. You have. And what does the product need?
He's reading like all of
make
it.
it better gamified.
That's amazing, Yukai.
Thank you, David Cash. But there's more. If you look at all the core drives and you kind of feel a pattern within it, you'll notice that the core drives on the right side of the octagon shape are the right brain core drives, which are the ones that control more social elements, creativity, and the like. Whereas the ones on the left are left brain core drives, which are more about calculations, ownership, figuring things out. And if you would also notice that the things on the top are a little bit more positive, right? They're meaning, there's accomplishment, the things that make you feel good about yourself. So I classify them as white hat gamification.
I like science. Me too, Toady. Not bad at all. I really hope. I have a bio test tomorrow. You'll do great. You'll do great. You will kill it. It's gonna kill me. Nah, you'll be fine. Has anybody heard of these terms before? These ones? I know everyone's heard like left brain, right brain sort of idea, which is a myth, but you know, it's at least a useful myth that can help people codify and identify things in their brain, even though they're really not on one side of the brain versus the other. White hat and black hat gamification. He might be explaining this, but I'll probably explain it in nicer terms. I don't, his explanations are okay. It's just sometimes a little bit hard to follow him. White hat is when you do things that are good for a person and make them feel good, like give them experience, make like a pleasant noise when they level up. And black hat gamification is all the unpleasant stuff. So it's when you have like a timer that's going to run out, and if the timer runs out, you die, or you only have so many resources. Like Resident Evil, you're given like 5 bullets, and here come 10 zombies. Well, what are you going to do against 10 zombies with 5 bullets? You got to figure it out. So that's black hat versus white hat. It's just positive motivation versus real negative motivation. Yeah. I'm going to hit the hey, you know I love you as the stream. Are you doing text to speech? I don't know what the last 3 words in that sentence mean, but thank you. Sleep well. We'll catch you in the next stream, Saturday and Sunday. Oh, love you and the stream. Thank you. I hope that when we get through this, on the other end of this, you might just go to the VOD and skip to the part where this video is not up here, that this is useful. It could be used to make schooling more fun, work more fun, personal life and how you run your household and budget and personal goals and all that more fun. it's supposed to be gamification, so it's, you know, in theory, a thing that will increase your motivation toward things. So it might be worthwhile. So yeah, check out the VOD. I hate autocorrect. Yeah. Though I was far better at maths. Between maths and science was okay, but the part I disliked the most about science is unfortunately the part that makes science, which is the documentation. I really bucked against the way you had to cohere to a system to write down all of your hypotheses, actions taken, measurement devices, the results, the conclusions with error handling, and just it was such a annoying, tedious process to me. It wasn't as much fun. And math is also annoying and tedious, but for some reason my brain wrapped around I wouldn't mind writing a problem that took more than a page of steps to solve. Like, here's this really complex set theory or high-end integrated calculus or something, and it just takes up an entire page or more of here's all my steps that get the answer or the proof or whatnot. I didn't mind that for some reason. So yeah, I definitely excelled much more in math. Okay, continue here.
And the ones on the bottom are a little bit more negative. You know, you're doing something because it's so unpredictable, because it's scarce, because you want to avoid a loss. And so I classify that as black hat gamification. So if you're doing something because it makes your life more meaningful, it makes you feel like you have accomplishments, and it feels like you are express your creativity, that's obviously very, very positive, and you're wearing a white hat. If you're doing something just because you can't have it, just because you don't know what's coming, or to avoid a loss, that's a little bit of the black hat gamification.
So is black hat gamification bad, Yukai?
Very good question, Hanwei. Black hat gamification is not necessarily bad. Again, these are just the core drives that motivate us to do things. And whether it's good or bad depends on what we're doing. For instance, gambling uses unpredictability heavily, and so it makes people addicted to gambling, and that's obviously very, very bad. But I would love to be addicted to eating carrots and going to the gym often, and so maybe it would utilize black hat gamification, but it's still something that's desirable.
Do you say eating carrots is undesirable? Man, you're just not eating carrots the right way. Get those bad boys oven roasted and maybe with some good seasoning on it. You can make a carrot desirable. How dare he put carrots in the same category as going to the gym? Also, some people get a rush from going to the gym, so I don't know if that's completely black hat. I understand what he's trying to say. These things are negative motivation for him because he wants to look healthier or feel healthier. Oh, and probably both of those, hence the gym and the diet. I was an English literature person, but I liked science a lot too. I just hated math. Oh, interesting. We would be in completely opposite fields at school. No, I thought English and literature were interesting, but it was very dependent on the teacher that I had. There were a couple teachers that lit me up as far as lit goes. Lit me up for lit. But there are others who immensely demotivated me in that same vein, and I was just not I could not hang with the way certain teachers taught, with the coursework that we had to do. And I think it was especially hard for me as a high school and early college student to get through the immense amounts of reading. I don't know if it was just when I got home, the last thing I wanted to do was open up books that I didn't choose and like pour through and read. Or maybe it's because I'm a slow reader, and I'm a bit of a slow reader. But I couldn't stand the sheer amounts of text that certain lit teachers poured down on us. They'd be like, all right, you know, this one, you've got 1 month to finish this entire book. And it's like, I don't know when I'm going to find the time to do that. Even back then, it's not like I had a job besides school, but I had so many other things I would rather have done with my time, and I did those things and didn't read the books, and found other ways around those classes. But then I did end up almost failing out of high school due to the literature side of things. Yeah. We'll talk about all that and more when we finish this goal. I'm going to go ahead and take this moment to plug this goal. This goal is not donation or sub driven. This is the first of its kind. I've put a streamer goal there, and I made it in a part that's like bright, which is dumb of me. If I don't know, put my phone there or something so you can read the text. Well, my phone's all reflective too. But it says YouTube watch hours and shows how many we've gotten to, 3480 out of 4,000. We're farming for watch hours there. So that is a thing. That is a goal that we're trying to accomplish here on stream. And when that goal is completed, where I'm coming to this this little bit is when that is completed, we will do a special stream, which is the lore of my life. If you are interested, please contribute YouTube watch hours to my VODs. If you're not interested, please do the contribution anyways, and then just don't come to that one stream. But it'll be like a personal lore dump. Yeah. 5 hours. 5 hours of my history. I feel like some real dangerous things are going to come out on stream. And it's going to be should I save it? Maybe I should delete the VOD. Maybe I'll unlist it afterwards. Because I want to make sure that everybody come to that show. But I also don't necessarily want to have my entire life's history on the internet for perpetuity for everybody to sit and watch. I'll have to think about it. Depends on what comes out of my mouth that day. Yeah. I was amazing at math, but much to the chagrin of my teachers, I could never show how I got to the result. That's math. That's the biggest, that's the hardest part. Chagrin was a word. Yes, it is. I had a nightmare teacher in 4th grade who was nice in all other subjects, but she'd lose her shit if we didn't get it the first time. And the first time she explained, talking about math. That's dumb. It's just dumb. If you aren't getting your point across the first time to your students, that's not your student's fault, right? That's a you problem. Made me absolutely dread math. I wish I was able to do English, but I had the same teacher in all my later year classes, and she would never help or give valid feedback whenever I asked for help. She would reply with the abbreviation for the essay format the school taught once in the first year and never again. What? That's so condescending and just like putting you away. I dropped out exclusively because of that English teacher. I also had a direct conflict with an English teacher as well that changed the course of my high school time. But I'm going to save that for finishing out this goal. And then I will tell that story. I can't tell too many personal stories and then have a lore dump stream. Otherwise, you're going to hear the same stuff more than once. I was such a fast reader. I was reading chapter books when I was 5 to 6 years old and was reading books like White Fang when I was in the 4th grade. That's awesome. It's good to be a good reader. I think it's one of those soft skills that develops into something that's so usable later in life in so many different avenues. It's one of those that sneaks up on people that you don't realize how important it is until you meet everybody else in the workplace, in the workforce out there in the world that didn't develop good English skills. And you're like, oh, yeah. All right. Interesting messages from Kick tonight. Thank you for giving love to the work that we're doing. Yeah, this is a really, really big analytical stream, but you're welcome to hang out and enjoy. I appreciate your face. We're talking about Octalysis tonight. Apologies for if you see any of the backlog of the bots that I often get on Kick. It's rare for me to see somebody that makes me realize it's a real person. Kick has a bot problem, but I shouldn't say that it's exclusive to Kick. We've definitely have issues with YouTube and especially Twitch as far as bots popping in as well. Yeah. I kind of gave up on books for a while, slowly trying to get back into it. If I ever find free time in my life again, I'd like to get back into reading books for pleasure or for personal education. Too many books I had to read for school were about World War II. Why? It was just depressing when you're in your early teens. That seems like a deep topic to just push upon. I mean, if that's your interest, or if you're studying that part of history in a class, then I get it, but not for like literature purposes. Although a significant amount of literature in my schooling tended to be sat in England in sort of like the Jane Eyre times. I don't know what era that would be. 1700s England, maybe. Yeah, and that gets to me after a while. It's just only so much about English aristocracy I can stand. It was all like aristocracy. Obviously, people weren't writing stories about peasantry back then. 4 years in a row, at least one book was World War II, another racism, and the third and often final book varied. Ugh, no thanks. It gets depressing quick.
One example is when people pay money for a trainer, right? They force you to work out, and it's using a little bit of the black hat gamification end of things. I've also seen alarm clocks where if you click the snooze button, it'll burn $1 or it'll take $1 away from you.
What?
And so again, you're waking up due to the drive of loss and avoidance.
Did he say he knows of clocks that destroy your money if you don't wake up? Is that a real thing? Those couldn't still exist. What if you had just like a bad night? Or you slept through it, or you were up all night and so the alarm didn't even work? How many dollars does it have access to? And I hope by burn he means like it gives that stuff away to, I don't know, charity or something. If my alarm clock gave $1 to charity for every minute I slept in, that'd be one thing. I'd be like, you know what? At least I was doing good in my sleep for having missed. But also, generally for most of us who have gotten to the age of we're working stiffs, if you sleep in and you clock in late and you start to make less money because you've lost time at work, and you're also losing money from your alarm clock, that's like a double sting, right? Like, oh, I came in half an hour late. That's half an hour of pay I don't get. And my alarm clock took more money from me. Yeah, thinking about it, I don't think I could hang. That's too much. Only time English almost caught my interest was when we were to do Gothic Lit. Oh, okay. However, it was cut from the curriculum in exchange for To Kill a Mockingbird. No, I mean, yeah, that's fine. To Kill a Mockingbird is good, but not to cut one. You should also be allowed to read up on Gothic Lit as well. You're allowed to ramble, by all means. The worst that you will do is make me not read your text on stream if it's too much rambling, but you're good. You do not have to shut up.
Now let's look at an example using
Octalysis.
Thank you. Let's look at some examples. So,
Okay, good. He actually does examples. Loved when we did Edgar Allan Poe. I've said this before on stream, but I don't know who I tell what when, and I don't know who all watches me at any given point or is catching this stream but has never seen any previous streams. I work with a small team of professionals and published amazing creatives that is looking to create an Edgar Allan Poe based project. I can't say what kind of project or what medium we're working in right now, but know that on top of the other jobs that I do, I'm also trying to, with this team, come up with something that will give the world another angle on Poe that we hope will be entertaining and engaging and exciting stuff. I wonder... Nah, I don't know how to do this right. It would be too complicated. At some point, what we might end up doing when we get to this point is if we need rapid growth in certain components to make the project happen in the real world, we may put up things like Kickstarter or Patreon or GoFundMe or whatever. But I don't think we're there yet to start looking at external funds. We've been funding this internally, not from the stream, but from my other day job stuff and from the other creatives who are working in it. So this is external to content creation. But I was going to say, maybe I should put up on my Patreon like different tiers where it's like, if you're interested in me completing more of this project or more of this, or I'm looking to do more with music in my future, maybe you donate just to that. But then that's complex, and it's making my life a la carte. It also makes people be able to step in and just push money at me to change where my focus might go. And I think that's dangerous. I tend to go where I'm highest motivated, which is partly why I'm interested in this analysis, because it looks like a motivational based analysis tool. And I don't think I'd want to put that up for people pushing me around by their money. All right, let's look. He's doing an analysis on Facebook.
When you are looking at a company, you can analyze how they do on each core drive. So let's look at Facebook. Facebook, you know, they're a little bit weak on meaning, they're a little weak on scarcity, but it has an amazing social pressure score. It has a little bit of unpredictability.
It's interesting on scarcity, because when Facebook was released, they only came out in one university campus, if I remember right, and then they eventually expanded to universities, and so only people who had, I think, like a school email could get a Facebook account. Is that right? I think that's the origin story. And then eventually they expanded to everybody else. So they did do a scarcity thing at first, where they blocked you out from being able to even make a Facebook account until they eventually expanded it to be free for everybody. I want to learn instruments, but damn, the motivation is non-existent. Learning music has to come from within. There's no part of you that will spontaneously be fantastic in music until you have ideas of performing for people, or writing new music into the world, or doing your own take on existing songs, or just the acumen and the feel of an instrument being manipulated by you. Like until you have those ideas yourself about what you want, just the idea of becoming a musician for the sake of it probably is not going to be enough motivation to go that direction. Yeah. I've always been motivated toward music, so that's just me. The OG of Facebook was Zuckerberg and his friends making a thing that they would rate how fuckable women at their school was. Wow. I mean, that's pretty dumb, because there was already other websites around that time, from what I understand. I remember there's a website called hotornot.com. It wasn't just rating women, it's just rating everybody. You just post a picture and people would click on a scale of like 1 to 10 or whatever, how hot they thought you were. Yeah. Then they turned it into a social media site. Probably a smarter idea. I've had a violin on my shelf for a couple years now. Oh. I mean, if you like violin music and you'd like it to come from you yourself, then it might be worth starting down that path. But there's learning an instrument, especially something like violin. If you sit down at a piano keyboard and you press one of the keys, the sound is great right there. Violin, there's a pain point where you need to spend a significant amount of time practicing the mechanics of the instrument before the sound is what you might love. And that can be, and unfortunately, a detractor for a lot of people to get started. But I think it doesn't take long to develop the sound that will continue to motivate you further if you like hearing yourself playing violin and making that sound come out. It's just, there is an onboarding process that's hard for some to hang with. All right, let's continue. So he mentioned there's very little meaning to Facebook. I agree. Very little scarcity. Now I agree.
Predictability and empowerment, you know, a little bit more than the 5 points mark. And it has a huge amount of ownership, right? Because you built your profile from scratch. All your friends are there. It's your profile. It's yours. And then they have a huge score on avoidance, because you can't quit Facebook because all your friends are there and all the points and virtual goods you accumulate are all there.
Virtual goods.
So if you quit Facebook today, if suddenly it's removed today, you're going to be panicking. I have a lot of friends that I only keep in touch on Facebook. I don't have their phone numbers or their email addresses. And
that's the only thing for me that avoidance strikes as high, is I have friends that I can't convince to do other things. So it's not a score on Facebook that the avoidance is I stay on Facebook because Facebook creates a situation in which I need to stay or I'll lose something. My friends and like old coworkers, old schoolmates, and some family, they won't move on past Facebook. They've learned Facebook, and they said, this is the last social medium I will ever pick up. I won't open another account for anything else. Everything else is newfangled, scary, and I refuse. Even though obviously newer social media have learned how to do things better, make a better interface, are less clunky with the just sheer volume of ads and manipulation that Facebook does. I had a friend who popped into Facebook. He's one of those that does not do anything other than Facebook. And he wrote a post saying, I scrolled through for like 2 minutes to find content on my friends and family and was met only with ads and people and posts that I didn't know of accounts that I don't follow for 2 entire minutes. That to me is a problem, significant problem. If you're not presented with the people that you came to Facebook to interface with, and your direct feed is literally just a bunch of shilling for money and likes and stuff, other people boosted ads to put them on your face, and that's all you see for like 2 minutes. This platform is dumb and dead. But I've created and maintained to this day a Facebook profile because it has nothing to do with Facebook, just has entirely to do with those people cannot be convinced. Some of my friends, some of my family cannot be convinced that there are other places that maybe they could spend their time or create another social media account. And many of these, I feel like this is almost like a culture bound syndrome. Many of these people didn't have a MySpace before this. Because I feel like if you made a live account on some social medium before MySpace, hopping to MySpace was an easy and clear choice. If MySpace was your first social medium, hopping over to Facebook became a necessity at some point because MySpace let go of, they stopped updating their website and doing anything worthwhile for the people. Now MySpace is like broken. You log into your old MySpace account, if you still have one, they don't even have your profile working correctly, and a lot of your content's like deleted or missing or something from their data farms. But if Facebook was the very first social medium you started, maybe you don't have a theory because it still looks like it's active and alive and kicking. Maybe you don't have this theory that you could leave that for another and that you could start anew. Facebook for me was like my, I don't know, 5th or 6th social medium. So I had no brand loyalty. By that point, I was used to moving. I didn't care at all. But if it's a first and it's still around and you're still doing it, reminds me of people who get stuck on like one MMO because it was their first MMO and they just don't want to move on to newer stuff, even though there's significantly better, newer things out there today. Like if World of Warcraft was the very first MMO you ever played, which for me, it was like the, I want to say like 7th MMO that I played. Then when it's time to leave WoW, you might feel like you don't want to leave. I mean, WoW's still active today. Maybe if it's your first, maybe it's still your only to this day. But if it's your 7th, then leaving WoW for something better is an easy thing. And for me, it was easy. I've since played a number of MMOs after WoW. Yeah. I can't quit Facebook because I don't know where the delete account button is. Nice. I'm sure you could Google and find the results to that if you really wanted to. Only have a Facebook because it has a decent messenger that works when cell service is bad. I will not use Facebook Messenger. I do have people that try to contact me via Facebook Messenger, and they will have to wait maybe a month or more before I will receive their message, because it will take me eventually sitting down to a computer and opening up Facebook to see if there's anything that I've missed in the last month or so. And then I might see a message of like, oh, shit, somebody sent me this message. Like, maybe it was timely, but because it was just to Facebook Messenger, I deleted the Messenger app a long time ago. It's not my preferred place of communications. If I lose cell service, or if I'm in an area where I can't communicate with a text message, my immediate second place to go is Discord DMs. And if not Discord DMs, then I'll do I don't know, a number of other things. I have some friends that will only talk in Instagram DMs, which, well, not my favorite. If that's what they want to do, that's how I communicate with them. But yeah, I don't like Facebook's Messenger. I think the MMO I'm stuck on is pretty good. I think so too. But that one's also one that's, you know, near the top of its industry, I think, and shows how much love a development team can pour in to make it a great experience and to fix it when it was irrevocably broken. I'm using Instagram DM to talk to clients only. Oh, okay. There's also that too. You know, what you use for personal versus what you use for business. In some cases, I overlap some of that stuff, but in others, I do have some separation of where I do things personally or connect to family versus what I do explicitly or exclusively for content creation. I'm also just really hot in that game. I mean, that helps too.
We are real life friends. We hang out. And so Lost and Void is very powerful. Facebook. Farmville, as you can see, it's very interesting.
Farmville.
It's very left-wing oriented.
This is dated.
And it's Black Hat gamification oriented too. Won't go into details due to lack of time. Also Diablo. Diablo is actually pretty balanced, but it doesn't excel at anything. Diablo 3 specifically. So it only has an Octalysis
Diablo
score
3.
of 284. And Twitter. Twitter is pretty good. It's very utilized.
Remember when it was called Twitter?
Brain, which is creativity and social. And overall, it's decent. It has 267 points in the Octalysis score. And then we have some things like Zamzy, which are clearly whitehead gamification.
I don't know what that is.
And funny things like Gunna Clock, which is, as you can see, not very strong gamification, but, you know, it's in the alarm clock market and competition is very low. So good job, Gunna Clock, for even trying in that market.
That's an alarm clock?
Later on, we can talk more about the second layers of gamification, which is something that goes in more detail. So for each of those 8 drives, there's
Whoa. What is this? Epic meaning and calling, onboarding. This gets complex. So, okay, I remember epic meaning and calling. Epic meaning and calling was one of the 8 points on the octagon. I think this was the top one. So this is kind of like, and I get the motivation is explained sort of pretty easily in the title here. If you have a meaning that defines you like who you are in epic meaning, maybe what it is when you join, or if you were studying to become something or whatever, the epic meaning is what you become at the end of that, right? Like if you start med school and you want to become a doctor, the epic meaning is you're becoming a doctor, a person who helps sick people, who helps people in need, who helps injured and traumatized people. That could be an epic meaning. Or to do volunteer work, is it's like intrinsically valuable to become what you want to become. Me as a content creator, working instead of just showing games and my reactions to them, actually ingesting your ideas and talking about things, analyzing, maybe breaking apart existing structures so that we don't live in an autonomous way that could be actually harmful to ourselves or to others, try to decrease suffering in the world by being more mindful. That's an epic calling for me. That's partly why I'm interested in doing streaming as a full-time career. It's still called Twitter. I mean, literally, I call it Twitter. Twitter is the only thing in the entire world that I will intentionally dead name because it's fun. Have you won yet, Kale? We are winning tonight. We're absolutely winning. Have you won tonight is the big question. Has everyone's favorite immortal won? The only dead name I will ever use is Twitter. Yes. Exactly. So this is no longer the octagon, but let's see where he's coming from with this suddenly new rubric here.
There's a lot of other things that happen. For instance, with epic meaning and calling, there's a process of onboarding. And again, there's beginner's luck, there's the chosen one gaming mechanic, and there's a few numbers that you can assign to these boxes to really, really figure out how to improve your gamification and everything. For now, I am going to sign out of.
You're ever going to explain the numbers? He just put some random numbers next to some words. I understand what beginner's luck is. I don't know how that applies to epic meaning and calling. I don't know what chosen one means. Oh, like maybe an epic meaning is like you were destined to be something. Does anybody grow up feeling that way? I'm curious. Is there literally anybody in chat or watching this on VOD who has been told you're here for a purpose, you specifically, that other people are not also here for, and there's something different and like a higher calling about you that is not applied to the rest of humanity? I'm really curious. I don't know if I know anybody. Maybe if you're designing something, could somebody design something to make someone feel chosen? Maybe if you win the lottery, somebody might feel like they were chosen, although you got to admit that that's luck, that you weren't. It wasn't intended to be you. Humanity hero, I guess I understand that one. Elitism, I definitely understand that kind of epic meaning. There are some brands that like you buy into them, you pay extra money, or there's like a certain secret club or secret card or membership that you can attain, and now you're better and different than everybody else. Yeah. I've been told the opposite, that you're the unchosen, you're the undesirable. Toady, you're desired here in this community. You're not the chosen one. You're as chosen as everybody else.
Boring interface? Back to my awesome face. Alright, that concludes this episode, which is episode number 4 of the Beginner's Guide to Gamification.
He learned how to count.
You had fun and that your mind was blown. I'll catch you guys next time.
Okay. Make sure you take advantage of that and watch the next episode. I'm good.
1, 2, 3, go.
So it's
3, 2, 1, go.
Now let's look at an example with Octalysis. That's not it, is it?
Try it again. Look at the camera and show as much excitement and enthusiasm as you can.
Yeah.
You ready? Okay, so 3, 2, 1.
That's amazing, you guys.
Wow. Wow. I think we're going to stop with the video there and go back to the website. All things considered, Yukai. Also, just watching other people struggle on camera makes me feel a little bit better about being somebody who's developed into a content creator and wants to do this as a full-time business sort of thing. It encourages me when I see people get on camera and can't speak on camera, that this really is something that not everybody can do. Because sometimes I get the imposter syndrome sort of idea. I don't know if this is imposter syndrome. Maybe it's not quite this. But the idea that what I am doing, talking about things, reacting to things, presenting new ideas and thoughts to the world, interacting with chat, playing some games, that literally anybody could be doing what I'm doing right now. And then I realize, maybe only after watching somebody like those poor folks, and it's only in the bloopers, that no, maybe there is a skill set I have that's not shared by just the rest of the world. Not everybody could turn on their webcam, talk to an empty room and produce something of value and meaning to other people's lives. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about it. What can make somebody feel chosen? And I've cracked the code. What can make somebody feel chosen? You know, theater lights, I imagine having one of those shine down on you would feel pretty chosen one. Yeah. That's true. That's true. I don't know when that could happen. Maybe if you were at a conference or
You stop kissing
seminar. Simbatha, hi and welcome, Raiders. How are we all doing? Hang on, we're coming out of an ad break. I think some of you might be stuck in it still, so I'm gonna stretch for time just a little bit. Thank you, Toady. The game is well saved. We're saving. Yeah. I'm gonna pull this thing back out that we unboxed earlier today. We did an unboxing on stream, so I'm gonna pull that out and showcase.
Wait, with an American
to
accent? R&R.
Skunk duck. That's another thing.
Thank you, Kale.
I'm right as the mail.
I will self-care. Baltha, how was your stream? Did that just happen? Almost a hamburger. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to my family of fledglings. Welcome, everybody. We're doing nerdy things in stream tonight. Check my last big message, if you don't mind. Oh, sorry. Yes. Had to clear space in my email before I could go to bed, or else I wouldn't be able to receive emails. Would you rather I put together food in the morning or went to bed right now? Let's show ourselves grace. Get to bed now, and we'll work out something tomorrow for food for the kiddos. Yeah. I'm in an ad, so I can't hear anything but hello. You're still in an ad now? Shouldn't everybody be? We're going to do a shout out for Simbatha, and hopefully everybody will be out of ads by the time we finish this. I'm here to lurk while I monster hunt. Please enjoy the hunt, and thank you for the lurk support. I appreciate your face.
I have a question. Gray, at your residence, do you currently have milk?
Yes.
Do you have butter?
Welcome back from ad purgatory.
Butter or margarine, doesn't really matter. You're not going to be eating it anyways.
I love the frog hat.
What?
You're not going to be eating it.
Okay.
Do you own or do you have the $2 to buy a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese extra thick and creamy?
Already have some.
Fantastic. What you're going to do is you're going to trim your toenails and clean them out, and then just shove your foot in that macaroni and cheese and take a video of it. You're going to make an easy 2K.
I hate that she's right in my notes made 50 fucking K.
I wish you could have seen. I honestly, for the first time, I wish everybody could have seen
I've never seen this one.
Just slowly change into this grim.
I've never seen that one before. Here's another clip, just for shiggles. I love this game. Shh. Baba is you.
No!
You moved the wrong. All of that, you moved the wrong way.
That looked like you were almost there. Yeah. It is a painful game. It does so much meta gaming with you. I mean, the whole point, for those of you that have never seen Baba is You, very cute game, very cheap. You can pick it up on Steam. It is a game where you don't control one thing in the game. Every single square is potentially controllable. The rules change all the time. You can manipulate the definitions of the very world and move entire mountains. It's crazy, and it involves so much deep thought the further on you go. The first few are easy puzzles, and then the game quickly becomes not easy. Yeah. But yes, welcome on in, everybody. Let's start the music back up while we're gonna get the website back out. Oh, and the unbox, everybody. Hang on, don't leave, you raiders who have come in, because you need to see what the stream community has pulled together. Again, thanks to you all, fan funded. We have the final piece in the studio production of this live stream and other future endeavors, which is, I'm so bad at doing weather manning, the Rodecaster Pro 2. Crazy beast of a device, good for podcasting, interviewing, stuff in the future in that regard. Also stream decking sort of content, live music, which we'll definitely be doing again more in the future. This is such a beast. I did not expect the stream goal to finish as early as it did, so how dare you throw as much money as you have toward this. You know who you are. Thank you. It's huge. This is going to be such a game changer, not least of which to get us off of the current software solving mixer that we're doing right now. Software mixers, we've tried Voice Meter, we've tried the OBS application source beta thing. It's all garbage. Everything ends up messing up or having just so much time and frustration trying to get things to work. I cannot wait to do amazing things with this beast of a device. Yes, it's going to take a significant amount of time probably for me to set it all up and everything, but I'm beside myself with gratitude. So thank you for all of your support. Also, hello, Nico. This is going to be a game changer, an amazing game changer. Absolutely. I am without words that this exists in front of me. Really. Okay, let me catch up with chat. She isn't wrong about the mac and cheese. Mac and cheese with feet would be a game changer. I mean, there's probably such a niche fetish there, but hear me out. How many videos of people doing that exist on the internet? You would be catering to a very small but very rabid audience that cannot get this need met, except maybe with you. If you go and make this kind of footage. I was a few hours in and my brain was mush. Yeah, but those are the fun times. When you're on and all cylinders are firing, sure, that's good. But there's something to be said about slightly delirious, slightly streamer brain toasted versions of all of us. Off to bed. Thank you, Oz. I don't remember my pill on time. Oz, you are becoming a full-fledged adult. Look at big responsible me. Lovely. Thank you for humaning. Wozart, how are we doing tonight? Let's do a shout out for you as well. Woz has been on a bit of a hiatus from streaming, but I've noticed that he's come back recently and getting some extra time in to do some art streams these days. Look at this beautiful setup. I love his stream layout. I love the art. You get to see the over-the-shoulder cam, the face cam. There's a logo there in the bottom right. I think you've replaced some of this with like rotating portfolio stuff since then. It's kind of an older layout.
Let me find some reference really quick.
This is so good.
Drop. Okay.
Yeah, if you just like chill art stream, he's great. And he's great at teaching art too. So if you have any sort of interest in going into especially digital art, check out his streams. Yeah. Yes, Nico's definitely a game changer. I'm excited for you. Me too. It helps you change games. We'll see about that. And underwear. Oh yeah, this changes my underwear. That was a big reason we needed this. I've been rocking the same old chonies for a while now. Makes you a sandwich and handles your audio. Footage. I see what you did there, Stuart. How much is this thing? So the Rodecaster is pricey. If you knew how much the Elgato Stream Deck was, this is like more than double. So look to be dropping at full retail something around $750 for this one. Yeah. Is it worth it? I haven't plugged it in yet. We did an unbox tonight on stream. I will tell you how much I love it once it's all set up and running on full cylinders. I hate software mixers. Yes. This stream, we've had horrible luck with everything software. I've tried all the recommendations and troubleshootings and everything, and it's just garbo. And I've always wanted a controller device, and I've always wanted a mixer so that we can have like multiple people. Eventually in the future, I want to create a studio space and maybe get to a place where I can be doing interviews or collaborative work here at this residence, and doing all of that requires something that's... I wanted to invest in something that was going to be future-proofing the growth of this stream into other avenues later on, and not just, hey, I push button, it makes sound... what am I thinking of? Push button, make sound. I don't want to just do that. Yeah. I want to get your recommendations first, though. Yeah, I mean, between me and everybody else who I know and love who's related to me, or essentially related to me, who streams, we can put together recommendations for you for sure. Someday I might become an adult, but not today. No pressure. today does not have to be that day, Kale. Today was going to be the day, but the never throw it back to you. Am I messing up the lyrics? Yeah. Multiple PCs or iPads and such capture audio at the same time. It's lovely. That's, yeah, your setup is complex but cool. Very cool. Yeah. All right. So tonight we've been and we'll continue to sort of dive into this gentleman, Yukai Chou's analysis functionality. He's looking into Octalysis with this idea that it's supposed to change the world of design, like you're a game designer or a product designer for clients or whatever. But where I found him was people who are in the life hack space that are using Octalysis as a way to gamify like your personal life. If you have motivation problems, like I really do, then this guy gamifying anything is basically shorthand for making things fun, right? If you want to make things more fun in your life so that you will do more of the things that you need to do, then something like Octalysis could be the answer. And that's sort of why we're looking at this, because I like fun things. I don't like tedious things. And I would like to look at my life in a way where obviously you can't make everything fun. I don't think that's where he's not gonna resolve with, and at the end, now everything you ever do, whether you love it or not, you will love it. Impossible, right? But something will come of this that might be beneficial. So it was worth looking into, and we're going to critique and decide whether we think he comes to good conclusions here. I do need to be off to destroy the universe. Enjoy your stream. Kale, thank you for being here. Everything you've done with the stream and your crazy stream streak here as well. Appreciate your face. Go be lovely in your destruction, and if you could just, with everybody that you're setting out to kill, leave me last. That's all I ask. I started my stream late because I couldn't find my light remote. Finally found it. I've lost it again. I don't know what to tell you. Our room does have some visual clutter, so that makes things hard. I wish you could just ask your phone to find, or ask like Google Assistant or Siri to just find things for you, even if they don't have a Wi-Fi connection or an operating system. Like, hey, find my wallet, find my notepad, find my sunglasses, and not have to put a tile on everything. Hey, don't call me out on my bullshit. Wait, what? I wasn't saying anything about you specifically. I mean, if you want to take it to mean you specifically, that's one thing. I just mean hard to find things. Sure. You're just trying to put my feet to the fire while I'm live and have to react in such a way such that I'm still conducting a show. All right, so gamification. Yeah, I think we all know how games drive human behavior. I don't need to read all of this. I'm sure it's beautiful, really lovely. What I want to do is kind of like understand where he's coming from with the whole 8 points thing. So I want these to not be jargon anymore, because he shouts them off. When we watched that little intro video, I think he just went through them too fast. I didn't have like a really good understanding of what each of the 8 points were. The fact that there's 8 is already a little bit hard to follow. I think most of these like life hacky things try to reduce things down to maybe like 3 to 5 big points that you take away, and 8's kind of stretching the edge of what most people can pay attention to. So when he labeled them all, he's like epic meaning and calling, and I forget all the other things he said, and unpredictability, blah 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 blah. He just made it hard to grasp or absorb anything he said. So I just want to look at these 8 points, take them down a piece at a time, and see if we agree that these are worthwhile motivators and understanding like how to use them for our greater good. I bought you snacks. You bought me snacks, and I'm not snacking right now. I probably shouldn't start snacking right now. It's already late enough that if I start snacking, it's not going to help my sleep. But tomorrow me will be happy. You dashed so fast I couldn't tell you. Oh, you were in the middle of something kind of epic, so I didn't want to bother you. Do you want snacks? Tomorrow me will want snacks so much more if tonight me says no. So I'm going to say no tonight so that tomorrow me will be paid in full. Does that make sense? I'm a pleasure delayer. I took that term from... What was it? What was the movie? I don't know if it was... I don't think it was Abre los Ojos, but I think it was the American remake of the movie, which was called Vanilla Sky. I don't know where they got the term Vanilla Sky when the first one wasn't called anything like that. But I think they used the term pleasure delayer in that movie. And I realized that that is me. That later me always loves something more when current me, I don't know, keeps something out of reach. If I deny myself pleasure early on, it doubles it later. That's just how I am. You'll be up for 2.5 more hours. That's okay. That's 2.5 more hours of stoking the fuel of wanting the snack tomorrow. You won't finish this tonight. I might finish it all tomorrow or in the next couple days, because then I have 2 days where I don't stream. Yeah. I will say no to snacks right now, but tomorrow me will be happy. And maybe the next few days, depending on how much snack it is that you got. Why can't I not finish the snack in just one night? How much snack did you get? You don't have to answer that. Okay. 8 core drives. So gamification has 8 things. 8 is a big number, but I think if we get through this, maybe we can understand and decide and weigh whether this is a good theory or not when people way smarter than me have adopted this theory. Yeah. It's a bag. Oh. All that and a bag of chips. Is it a bag of chips? Okay. Number 1. Epic meaning and calling. This one I started to sort of explain, but let's hear what Yukai has to say specifically about this drive, this motivator. Epic meaning and calling is the core drive where a player believes... I think he does this all from game design. So when you hear designer, he might talk about a game designer. When you hear player, you could think of this in terms of like employee, student, just you if you're doing your own life hack sort of thing. Doesn't have to be a game player, but everything he's talking about, he's thinking in terms of I'm making the next platformer, or I'm going to make an MMO or whatever. You know, he's doing this in the idea of games. Yeah. Core drive where a player believes that he is doing something greater than himself, or he was chosen to do something. This makes more sense in a game context than in real life. I don't know how people believe they were chosen, unless it's like a religious calling sort of thing. A symptom of this is a player that devotes a lot of his time to maintaining a forum. Okay, then no, that I could see. Maybe, yeah, if you're like a moderator for something. Or helping to create things for the entire community, think Wikipedia or open source projects. I would say for the people that have done work on like Firefox or anything that's considered open source communal coding sort of projects, that's like black magic to me. And I studied computer science. It's not like I couldn't maybe contribute in some way, but I don't know how to do that kind of stuff. To know that there are some things that are crowd created into this universe from volunteer work, not paid people. You just spend spare time helping make an application or something come to life. That's insane amounts of goodness that I could never hope to aspire to. Me doing streaming is maybe the most I can aspire to right now at this phase of my life. This also comes into play when someone has beginner's luck, an effect where people believe they have some type of gift that others don't, or believe they were lucky to get the amazing sword at the very beginning of the game. Interesting. I wonder if that's... Well, this does actually happen, though. There are some games where you can start off and maybe by RNG or by getting really lucky in a fight, you could get a special drop or beat somebody you weren't supposed to beat early on, and you could end up making yourself advance in really crazy ways that other people could not. I don't know that that's something that people believe to make happen, or if it just happens to people. All right, number 2, development and accomplishment. This one's pretty vague, so what does he mean by that? Development and accomplishment is the internal drive of making progress, developing skills, and eventually overcoming challenges. Okay, so overcoming challenges for the sake of overcoming challenges. This is like achievements. I didn't ever get the idea of achievements at first, but I'm starting to a little bit. For some people, I understand why achievements in video games exist. The word challenge here is very important, as a badge or trophy without a challenge is not meaningful at all. Right? We played... What was the game that we played recently? I think it was Still Wakes the Deep. That's on the YouTube playlists tab, by the way. I made a playlist separate just for the streams where we played Still Wakes the Deep. And I think at the very beginning, I left my cabin, my crew quarter, and walked out into the hallway, and I got an achievement. And I was like, yo, what just happened? I haven't even played the game. All I did was look around my room at things, and then I pressed walk forward a little bit until I wasn't in the space where I started, and the game gave me an achievement. Felt dumb, but I feel like there are a number of games that do that. They gave you this dummy achievement at the beginning, like logged into the game, created a character, walked 10 yards. Like, okay, thanks. Appreciate that, I suppose. Anyway, there's also the core drive that's easiest to design for, and coincidentally is where most of the PBLs, points, badges, and leaderboards mostly focus on. Yeah, I have always been more of a story-driven sort of game player, but I get there are a number of games that are about getting up on a leaderboard, trying to do better than a bunch of other people, or showcasing like a badge or profile where you can showcase all your stuff. I guess this would also maybe be, to some degree, some of the glamour things you can do in some MMOs near endgame. Like, look at all the mounts that I have. Look at all the beautiful outfits that I've unlocked. That kind of thing. To some degree. There's some creativity to the outfit creation, though, as well. All right, number 3, empowerment of creativity and feedback. So these are all like motivators, basically, is what we're looking at as far as the beginning part of Octalysis. Right now, we're just seeing what motivates people. This guy seems to think there's 8 different angles that you can be motivated by. This is number 3. Empowerment of creativity and feedback. That's, yeah, what does that even mean? When users are engaged in a creative process where they have to repeatedly figure things out and try different combinations. Okay, so is this just the feeling of happiness that you were creative? People not only need ways to express their creativity, but they need to be able to see the results of their creativity, receive feedback. Oh, it's like a social thing. Yeah. And respond in turn. This is why playing with Legos and painting are fun in and of themselves and often become evergreen mechanics, where a game designer no longer needs to continuously add more content to keep the activity fresh and engaging. True, although Legos, they do, right? They make so many different kind of... Where things got weird for me with Legos is when you started to make Legos that you would never play with and you just make once and look at, like the floral arrangements. You could make a vase of flowers using Legos. That's not a toy. You can't do anything with them. You can't play with them or play make-believe. And then you just place them somewhere, I guess, in the house. Maybe on a bookshelf where there's some empty space. You'll have to dust it periodically. It will never wilt or die, so you'll have a splash of color. And if people like Legos, they look at your shelf and go, oh, look, you have Legos. I like Legos. But that's weird to me. But yeah, I get the idea of empowering you having a creative force in this. Ownership and possession. And you know what? Honestly, making Legos to a spec, probably not empowerment of creativity. It's probably when you take Lego blocks and you make something out of it yourself, where you feel that way. I used to play with Legos like that when I was young, but later on in life, I kind of dropped that particular thing for other stuff. Although I played years worth of Minecraft, and that's kind of the same idea of building off spec. You don't sit in Minecraft and follow instructions to make pre-builds. Some people do, I guess, but mostly people are building whatever they want to build. So that's a game that requires very little updating and upgrading to make it fun. It's just innately fun. More like my 3D prints. Yeah, I can see that. All right, number 4, ownership and possession. This one makes sense to me. This is a big motivator for a lot of people, especially in the US. This is the drive where people are motivated because they feel like they own something. When a player feels ownership, she innately wants to make what she owns better and own even more. Besides being the major core driver for wanting to accumulate wealth, this deals with many virtual goods or virtual currencies within systems. Also, if a person spends a lot of time customizing her profile or her avatar, she automatically feels more ownership towards it too. I'm big on that. Customization and then sense of ownership that's me. Finally, this is also the core drive that makes collecting stamps or puzzle pieces fun. Wait, collecting puzzle pieces? I'd imagine putting a puzzle together, well, that wouldn't be ownership. I don't think puzzle pieces fits here. Collecting stamps or maybe coins or something. Some people just like owning stuff for the sake of ownership. But also having a stamp collection, I don't know. It seems like something that once existed for a reason, and maybe somebody else would sit and look through your stamps and be interested. But I think the only person who would look through a stamp collection with interest, besides the person that put it together, is somebody else who also collects stamps. It's one of those things that's the socialization of having a stamp collection is so minimal. Maybe once upon a time it was one of the peak things that people did, but today I can't imagine anybody doing a collection of stamps and then finding other people that also enjoy that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's, the shit, and I have no idea. All right, number 5, social influence and relatedness. This drive incorporates all the social elements that drive people, including mentorship, acceptance, social responses, companionship, as well as competition and envy. When you see a friend that is amazing at some skill or owns something extraordinary, you become driven to reach the same level. Also, it includes the drive we have to draw closer to people, places, or events that we can relate to. This one's a big motivator for me. I can see this. Basically for everybody at some level, even introverts. Also, it includes the drive... oh, shoot, I just read that part. If you see a product that reminds you of your childhood, the sense of nostalgia would likely increase the odds of you buying the product. Is that social influence? Maybe. This core drive is relatively well studied too, as many companies these days are putting a lot of priority on optimizing their online social strategies. There are still a number of venues in which people want you to do stuff on your own, whether that's engage in reading a book or playing a single player game or watching a show. And if you don't have somebody who's also doing that with you, either somebody sitting on the couch with you watching a show together or somebody at your work who can relate to you about a game that you're playing or something, then I don't know if that's necessarily... I feel like some things have social strategy and some things don't, right? For every multiplayer game, there's a single player game out there as well. So I don't know if every company feels like this is a goal. Also, phone games, inherently not very social experience. Some are. Some try a certain angle. I do appreciate the one thing Pokemon Go did right was make their game have some social experience to it, where you can go to gyms, collaborate there, flip a gym. There is some utility in knowing other people and doing stuff with them or engaging with them, whereas most phone games, I don't see... Mobile games I just see as being something where you draw away from everybody else. You're not using your phone to engage in communications. You're not using your phone in a multiplayer sort of way. There are some multiplayer games on mobile, but most everybody I know who gets madly addicted to a game, that game is something that's just some single player, repetitive, mindless thing that, in my opinion, just like deletes time from your life. You have no other purpose to play that game in the end, or five years later, you will look back on current you playing that mobile game and decide you just deleted, you know, a significant part of your life. And I was that way too. I've done a lot of mobile gaming, especially with my first few smartphones, and I got smartphones way late compared to other people, but I got heavy into gaming, and looking back on like all the achievements and all the fun that I had doing that, I don't think it was really worth it. I probably should have used that time for almost literally anything else, including other types of gaming. I would rather do console gaming or PC gaming than mobile gaming any given day. All right, number 6. We're almost through this, actually. It's only 3 more left. Scarcity and impatience. This is the drive of, oh, this one. Yeah, I understand this. Wanting something because you can't have it. Many games have appointment dynamics. Come back 2 hours later to get your reward. The fact that people can't get something right now motivates them to think about it all day long. This is the core drive utilized by Facebook when it first started. At first, it was just for Harvard. Oh, yeah, that was the place. So I didn't know. I don't remember which college campus it started on, but there it is. Then it opened up to a few other prestigious schools and eventually all colleges. When it finally opened up to everyone, many people wanted to join because they previously couldn't get into it. Is that the case? I don't know that I can't remember if I waited to join in Facebook when I joined or if it was just free for everybody at that point. But I don't know if I remember anybody talking about Facebook like, oh my God, all I want right now is to get in, and I can't. They won't let me because I don't have one of these prestigious school accounts. Maybe I just didn't hear about it back then, or maybe I was too addicted to MySpace at the time. Unpredictability and curiosity. This sounds like gacha games. Generally, this is a harmless drive of wanting to find out what will happen next. If you don't know what's going to happen, your brain is engaged and you think about it often. Many people watch movies or read novels because of this drive. Okay, I mean, I can understand that. Your first time, right? If you watch a movie for pleasure, like once a year, you watch the same movie. That's not the same thing. However, this drive is also the primary factor behind gambling addiction. This core drive is utilized whenever a company runs a sweepstake or lottery program to engage users. I get that through my phone carrier. They're always trying to do sweepstakes and stuff, and it's always pretty easy to enter, but I also feel like it's a small waste of my time. I don't feel particularly motivated by sweepstakes. I've never won one. I don't know anybody who's ever won a sweepstake or a lottery. So I don't know that this is, I mean, besides like a scratcher and you win like $5 or something, right? I don't know that these are big motivators for a lot of us. Maybe a small subsection of us are broken in a certain way, and entering lotteries and gambling and sweepstakes and all that kind of stuff is a big motivator. But to me, this kind of stuff is, if it's free and it's quick, I'll do it. Otherwise, it's a cost sunk of time spent, and in some cases, money invested that I just don't have for an outcome that's almost assuredly not going to go my way. That's the big thing about gambling too, is in order to be a gambler, you have to admit that you're probably set to lose unless you know exploits to a system. If you're just gambling like any old plebe who picks up the game in question, you have to know. By now, everybody has to know. Those games exist to make money for who runs the gambling, whether that's the parent company of Kick, which we're streaming to right now, or if it's a casino or whatever it happens to be. These games are weighted in such a way that they are guaranteed money makers. Casinos don't gamble on whether or not they make money. They just make money, and they make tons of it. So the people playing in those casinos are not going to win. Somebody in those casinos will, but the vast majority are not. Otherwise, they can't make money. They can't pay for all of those massive amounts of workers that work in a casino. You've got your, you know, dealers of cards, your security, your pit bosses, your bartenders, your just maintenance work. Everybody. There's so many people milling around in a casino that are there on the clock. How do those people get their paychecks? From every dollar that you spend while you're there. Anyway, the very controversial Skinner box experiments, I haven't heard of these, where an animal irrationally presses a lever frequently because of unpredictable results, are exclusively referring to the core drive of unpredictability and curiosity, although many have misunderstood it as the driver behind points, badges, and leaderboard mechanics. Oh, interesting. I don't know about unpredictability for a leaderboard or a point, but that's interesting. I've never heard of this experiment. Is it basically, are they controversial because sometimes an animal would pull the lever and get like an electric shock or something like that? I could understand if you did something that was like harmful to the animal, maybe this would not be a good way to go. But if it was just benign, you know, sometimes you pull the lever, nothing happens. Sometimes you pull the lever, you get like a treat. Then I could see them just wanting to pull the lever like crazy all the time. Yeah. And lastly, this wasn't too bad. Eight's not a whole heck of a lot. It's just a lot to take in and keep in. But maybe you don't have to with their system. Loss and avoidance. This core drive is based upon the avoidance of something negative happening on a small scale. It could be to avoid losing previous work. On a larger scale, it could be to avoid admitting that everything you did up to this point was useless because you are now quitting. This is what keeps me in MMOs to a certain degree. Also, opportunities that are fading away have a strong utilization of this core drive because people feel like if they didn't act immediately, they would lose the opportunity to act forever. This kind of makes me feel like scarcity too. The number 6, was that scarcity? Yeah, number 6 was scarcity. So I feel like this happens a lot with sales, and this always rubs me the wrong way. I don't like it, and I see through it really quick. When somebody's like, hey, so yeah, we've only made 2,000 of these, so you have to act really quick before you're one of the 2,000. If you say, I'll think about it, I'll come back later, or I'll take down your information, by the time you get back to me later on, this is going to be gone. You know, we're not going to offer this. And honestly, we're not going to offer this ever again. Once we made those 2,000, we destroyed the molds, or we're discontinuing that product or whatever. And so they just really try to shoehorn you into getting their product ASAP because you feel immense pressure to do so. I hate feeling pressure to do things. So if somebody says, act now or you'll never get this, I see that as I've reprogrammed my brain to see that as a threat. Like you're punishing me. You're punishing a slow, deliberate, and wanting to contemplate on what you're talking about version of me to try to force an irrational, quick version of me out. And I don't appreciate that. It feels like an attack. The slow, wanting to contemplate things, wanting to weigh all of my options version of me feels like you're assaulting that. You're assaulting that side of me. So yeah, I take it as an act of violence. And therefore I'm very antagonistic against sales, people who are in sales, because they use tactics like that shit all the time. So okay, he did mention left brain versus right brain, but what does he mean by that? Maybe on a deeper level. And this actually shows which cores he's talking about too, which is nice. He sort of like put left brain on the left side, right brain on the right side, and didn't say like which cores exactly. It seems like it's only the sides. And the way he has this drawn out, I don't know if you could see well on stream, especially if you're not on desktop. He's got 1 at the top and 8 at the bottom, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are doing like a zigzag. So it's like left, right, left, right, left, right across the middle 6 nodes. It's kind of confusing. but I'm sure he's got a reason for numbering them the way he did. So everything on the right, here he's not saying that they're right brain. Here he's calling them intrinsic. Basically that whether you feel empowered or you're connecting socially or you're seeking out unpredictability like gambling, that these things are motivating just by themselves. I could definitely see empowerment being that way. Social, yeah, I kind of see that being sort of its own goal. Socializing is its own goal. I don't know about unpredictability being like a goal or an interest by itself. I like the reward based on unpredictability, not the unpredictability part. And then the left, he calls these the left brain core drives. These he's calling them extrinsic. So these are based on a reward, something separate from the actual thing. So a sense of accomplishment, you only get that if you get a reward. Ownership, you only get that if you get to, because there's a thing that you own. Scarcity, again, only because it's only a good motivator if you get something out of it. So I can understand that. Now, as far as he mentioned in the video, right brain was like more analytical. Or no, sorry. Left brain's more analytical, right? Left brain's math, right brain's art, according to that dumb old debunked theory. So these would be more artistic or more social. Empowerment, social influence, and unpredictability. Kind of. I don't feel like that's accurate. Like he's applying an idea that doesn't necessarily fit. And left brain would be more mathematical or analytical. Accomplishment, ownership, and scarcity. Maybe. These are more, I'd say these are more logical, and the right brain are more emotional. Maybe like that. I wouldn't use artistic and mathematical. Yeah. Something like that. Okay, it goes into a lot of depth. I kind of want to skip through all that. White hat versus black hat gamification. He did talk about this. Oh, this is more than just the tip, the bottom part and the very top part. He's got like the bottom 3 nodes and then the top 3 nodes. So there's some overlap in these theories. Black hat core drives. We talked about this. Black hat's like negative game mechanics, like for horror games or gambling games or stuff like that make you feel bad while you're doing it until you get something good out of it, or you're doing it so that not so you get to a good, but just so you avoid the bad, right? Black hat core drives, this is going to be scarcity, avoidance, unpredictability. Good for creating a sense of urgency in a short-term user engagement, making the users feel obsessed, proactive, and focused. Okay, so yeah, again, this is like a sales tactic. I don't necessarily love that, but it's something I understand. White hat core drives, good for creating a sense of well-being, higher purpose, meaning, and happiness. You've got the higher purpose thing at the very top, plus accomplishment. Those are the points and leaderboard stuff. And then empowerment. Empowerment, that was the like creativity side of things, just using things in a creative way, I guess. So yeah, I could see those all being good. You know, you don't go into The Sims thinking if I don't maintain my character, he dies. There's a little bit of that, right? But it's much more, how do you design your house? What job do you get? How do you elevate your Sims experience? It's much less about like trying to survive. It's not like Sims isn't like a survival game, right? It's easy to survive. That part's slim. He's talking a lot about the difference between black and white hat. We're gonna okay. How to apply to actual systems. This is kind of where I wanted to get to or understand a little bit. I didn't know exactly what Octalysis meant, but much more so I'm kind of curious, why do smart people consider this useful in like life hack or developing your own systems of school or work sort of motivation? Where does this come in? Now that we've laid the gamification framework, now that we have the gamification framework laid out, next step is to figure out how to utilize any good or engaging product or system. We'll have at least one of the core drives listed above. The way to use Octalysis is to identify all the game mechanics and list it next to the core drive. Afterwards, based on how strong these game mechanics are, each side of the octagon will expand or retract. We saw some of that in the video, so I get that. If a side crosses the inside octagon, that side's extremely weak, and the gamification expert would need to improve on that area. So, okay, like Facebook, it's weak in scarcity, which I don't know what they would do to make it more rare. They don't want it rare. Or the epic meaning. I don't know how you create epic meaning on social media. So that kind of makes sense that those parts would be weaker. This is just level 1 Octalysis. So he goes through kind of the same thing that he was doing, except with other examples. He's got LinkedIn and Revolut and a few others. Level 2, design for all phases. So now he's talking about all phases. Discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, and end game. So maybe this is where it seems to actually apply in like a real system. There's like a different octagon for each one of these setups. Gee, oh my god, okay. It goes way further down the rabbit hole than that. So maybe we won't do all of this the whole stream, but I'm just sort of trying to understand, you know, where people are coming from to bring this into their deeper lives. So at least with level 2, we're trying to optimize experience through all 4 phases of a player's journey. So is this a player's journey, a life's journey? I guess this could be any sort of journey, but again, he's talking about everything in terms of games. So we've got discovery. Why would people even want to start the journey? This sort of feels like this is where it's starting to get into like life hacks. So here I can start to understand where people have picked up on this and brought this into like a life system versus just creating video games or something like that, right? So at discovery, why would people even want to start the journey? Onboarding, how do you teach somebody the rules and tools to play the game? So this could be anything, right? The rules and tools of how to do your budgeting, how to make a to-do list for your chores, how to get through your workday at work, that sort of thing. Scaffolding, the regular journey of repeated actions towards a goal. So this would be the most boring, mundane part of what you're trying to do. If you're a student, this would be studying the material over and over again, or doing assignments over and over again. How do you get through that sort of thing? If this were work, obviously most people's work is somewhat repetitive. It's not, you clock in, you're like, well, what are we doing today? It can be some variation for some people's jobs, but a lot of people have like the same thing on a day-to-day basis, or if not day-to-day, week-to-week basis, right? And then end game is, how do you retain your veterans? Interesting. So this is sort of what keeps you going, the motivating, ultimately maybe the motivating factor. Not just retaining veterans in a video game, but I could also see this being, how do you get through all the years of school, or how do you get through to the end exam at school? If this were life hacking, this would sort of be, once you have established a system of maybe like chore tracking or personal motivation for gym or diet or whatever, this is the how to maintain the regularity of that so that you don't fall off, which I don't think a lot of people think of endgame when they start big life changes, right? If you say, going forward, I want to wake up a little bit earlier and get stuff done around the house, or I need to change my diet, so I'm going to be dropping off some significant amount of carbs every day. The end game is, maybe you've hit your immediate goal and you're like, oh, thank God, you know, my blood test came back from the doctor and things are much better for me, or I've hit my weight goal, or I'm tired of doing this, whatever happens to be. Usually there's no thought into the end game of how would you keep this up, or what would you do to sustain this? So a lot of people fall out of these habits, and the reason why dieting often doesn't work, when people call it dieting anyways, is because you do it and then you're done at some point. People think, I've accomplished what I wanted to accomplish, and I'm done with the system. I don't want to continue to do it anymore. And then you go back to your old habits and you gain the weight back, or you do the eating that you were doing badly. Yeah. So 4 phases of a player's journey. This is the same thing twice. You just posted the same picture twice. Okay, well, that's easy enough. So, okay. I mean, that all makes sense to me. And then for each of those, maybe you talk about like how, oh, okay. Here he's actually showing how maybe you would do that or apply it. Maybe a discovery, you'd have less urgency, the bottom 3, but sort of a greater even weight across everything. Once you're teaching somebody the rules, maybe you're more towards the analytical side. What are these? I'm already forgetting what some of the shit is. Ownership and scarcity and avoidance. Those ones seem really heavy for some reason with onboarding. I'm not quite sure why. I guess scarcity would make sense to push you in, but an avoidance to some degree. And then scaffolding. Oh yeah, and it's really high in social with onboarding. That makes sense to me. Scaffolding, this is like the repetitive part. So there's a lot of negative here. What was the far left again? Ownership. Ownership is big for onboarding and scaffolding. I guess for this, it seems like in games, those are pretty important. But scaffolding also shows you really need like a big purpose of like an epic reason yourself to want to keep up. That makes sense to me. Like I want to be one of the high level WoW players, or I want to be one of the best doctors or something like that. And then end game is like nothing on the left, it's all on the right. So that's interesting to keep yourself in a system and to keep somebody who's already done the life cycle of this. You want to do all of the social and warm and friendly sort of things. So you want to keep people feeling creative. You want to keep people feeling very socially engaged. You want to add a little bit of unpredictability and to keep that epic definition of who you are very high there too. And none of the other stuff matters. Points don't matter. Don't keep doing points. Don't bother with ownership. They've already owned everything, right? And scarcity, you don't have to play scarcity with end game people. That makes sense. I could see this working in a life hack sort of sense. Honestly, I could. I'm trying to think about like what sort of productivity or household system sort of thing or personal life system, how you set up your schedule, what kind of personal projects you want to accomplish. I could see this working for those in this framework, but it would have to have this timeline sort of thing, not just the octagon by itself. That's too... It doesn't make sense when time isn't a factor. Okay, then they also add level 3. This is insane to me. This is getting... There's so many fucking octagons on the screen. This is great. This is the mind of somebody who's agonized over this for 17 years, he said. So, yeah, I mean... I get it. This is just a lot. 16 octagons on screen. I don't know if that's what I said earlier, if I messed up. 16 octagons across this. So it's doing the timeline with discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, and gaming. Basically starting somebody on a system, working their way through it, doing the repetitive part, and then at the end, how do you retain them? How do you keep them in the system? But it looks like this is across for 4 different types of people. Factor in different player types, you can begin to see how different types of people are motivated at different stages of the experiment. So this is that applied. So now they're all moving across the timeline with different levels of analysis engaged. So the first one where we saw the timeline, he was just showing us achievers, people who like to achieve things, which not all of us are, I guess. Then there are explorers. I guess these are just people who are interested in seeing new things, experiencing new stuff all the time. So discovery is going to be big on sort of the creative and social side of things. But onboarding looks like none of that's there. It's all about ownership and scarcity. And I forget what this top left one was already. And then it's even-handed. And then to keep them in, you need to give them lots of negative reinforcement just to leave an explorer in the system. That kind of sucks. But maybe explorers wouldn't stick around otherwise.
Crimson Dawn _85 just subscribed.
Crims.
Hope you're having a good one. Yes, I'm still alive.
Good to see you, buddy. I know you're probably extremely busy. Things have been pretty crazy in the world of streamers as well. I think I can speak for, I at least know the personal schedules of Nico, myself, and Oz. We are running on on too many different threads with very little fuel. Or not enough fuel to do all the different things we're all trying to do. We're just spread across so many different side projects and stuff like that, trying to get a lot of crazy heavy lifting done this season. So it's been really busy and crazy for us. Hopefully life is a little less crazy for you, but if you're busy, you're busy. If you're not, you're not. Hope to catch up sometime soon, whenever you can. Thank you for popping in. Thanks for the sub. Also, 7-month streak. Time's flying by. I feel like it was only 7 months ago that I met you, actually, frankly. All right. So, yeah. Achievers, explorers, socializers. I guess that's a... Oh, these say these are Bartle's player type. Has anybody heard of that before? I don't know the term Bartle, or I'm sorry, the name Bartle, as far as different player types. But socializers, I guess these are people that just like to hang out and socialize. So motivating them in, it's kind of more on the negative side of things, ownership and scarcity to get them involved. And then the long term looks like kind of the same thing. Scarcity and ownership, but like heavy into socialization as well. It's weird that the scaffolding for them is so all the negative, all the black hat sort of stuff, like force them to go through the routines. But that's not what keeps them locked in at the end. I feel that, always busy, always things to do. Got a friend who's having issues, unfortunately, so that's taking up some time. I can appreciate, though, that if you've got some free time and some free resources, that this is how you're spending it. That's very much after my own heart. I like seeing that in others. I especially see this in Oz, and it's one of the things I admire about her the most is she is very internal and drawn in when things aren't going well for her. When she's got energy problems or too much going on or it's stressful, she's very drawn in and just tries to hunker down. But as soon as she has enough energy and time and spoons to handle things, she immediately goes external and starts helping out other people who need her support. So she's very quick to be generous and giving and supportive for other people that have that need. I hope your friend gets through this tough time quickly and not too tricky. This last player type, I don't understand. Killers? Are these just like people who like to... Killer to me makes me think in a gaming term of somebody who likes to go around and kill other people. So their social motivation super low at the beginning, but it looks like it gets higher near the end, which is weird. I'm starting to like blur together like these terms, the discovery, onboarding, scaffolding, end game. It's a little hard for me to follow with all these different subcategories of people and everything here too. But I'm kind of curious to learn what a killer in Bartle's player type. Or just look up Bartle's player types. Let's see. So they use a scale, which on this website, oh, here it doesn't really work. Can we see it? Oh, cool. There's a wiki article on this. So actually, it looks like this is all gridded out against each other. Being out in the world versus being involved with players. So it looks like achievers and explorers are more centered around the engagement of the system or the world or the external, whereas killers and socializers are more like turned toward their fellow players or people. Her mother has cancer and they are struggling financially and with caring for her mom and her kids. Oh, that is rough. It's highly aggressive, so it's just a matter of time. I see. That's a really hard transition to make. But yeah, especially with the financial component too. That makes it that so much more stressful too. Thanks for your well wishes though, it's much appreciated. Anytime. Figured I'd hop on here to focus on other things for a little. Cool. We're doing really big nerdy deep dives tonight, so hopefully it's highly distracting if you wanted to hang out for a little bit. So this is what's called the Bartle taxonomy for players, and this is related to, it's not related to Octalysis directly, but Octalysis, this guy who made it, references back into this idea. So where explorers and socializers are more interacting, achievers and killers are more acting. I don't know if I understand the difference between being an actor versus an interactor, except maybe achievers and killers go out and create or do things themselves versus socializing explorers maybe are more reactive. Maybe the explanation will help us understand better. Achievers, known as diamonds, players who prefer to gain points, levels, equipment, and other concrete measures of succeeding in a game. Okay. I like leveling up, but maybe not as much as a story. They'll go to great lengths to achieve rewards that are merely cosmetic. Only if there's a visual component I can share with other people, probably. So the single player appeal to the achiever. Every game can be beaten in some way that caters to the achiever playstyle by giving them something to accomplish. 100% completion rate. Okay, so games with completion rates are good for achievers. Multiplayer appeal. Achievers have the opportunity to show off their skill and hold elite status to others. Okay. Oh, like gamer score. I've never seen or used that. That's not a thing I care about. I guess I'm not an achiever. Explorers are spades for their tendency to dig around. They are players who prefer discovering areas and immerse themselves in the game world. I do like that. I do like that. They're often annoyed by time-restricted missions, as that does not allow them to traverse at their own pace. True. Yeah, there are a couple games I've noped out on. I got the original Pikmin back when it was new, and I was like, oh my god, I love this game. It's so fun. It's so cute. And then I found out that the amount of days that you have to solve the game are limited. So if you waste time in the early levels, you lose the ability to beat the game. It's crazy to me. I was like, no, I don't like the idea of like this kind of level of a timer where you could stand to not be able to beat the game after putting in so many hours of gameplay. If you're not fast enough in the earlier levels, that amount of pressure was too much for me. I couldn't hang. I never played it again. They enjoyed finding glitches or a hidden Easter egg. I do like those. It's true. Single player combat and gaining levels or points is secondary to the explorer, so they traditionally flock to games such as Myst. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Myst, mostly because of the gameplay mechanics to actually advance around in Myst. The initial exploration of Myst is nice, though. In these games, the player find themselves in a strange place. The objective is to find their way out by paying close attention to detail and solving the puzzles. The explorer will often enrich themselves in any backstory or lore, whereas an achiever may quickly forget a gaming adventure. The explorer will recall fond memories about their experience. Yeah, I think that's more up my alley. I just don't know if I feel like Myst is the game to call an explorer's game. There is some component to that, though, too. Multiplayer, explorers will often become bored with any particular MMO when they have experienced its content. They will tire quicker than other gamer types and feel the game has become a chore to play. I do like MMOs. But I also feel like MMOs have very vast lands to explore, and even after you've explored it, you might forget areas, or you might not. You might have a reason to go back, and I don't know. I must like MMOs for a different reason, because I do think I've seen like all of pre-Dawn Trail Final Fantasy, and I still like it. Socializers. They're called hearts. They gain the most enjoyment by interacting with other players or computer-controlled characters with personality. That I don't like. I like interacting with other players, but not the computer-controlled NPCs in the game. It's not nearly as much fun to me. Game is a tool that they use to meet others in-game or outside of it. Some socializers enjoy helping others for the sake of altruism, while explorers help for the sake of discovering previously unattained areas, and achievers or killers help for the sake of an extrinsic reward such as points. I have fond memories of specific locations in MMOs I played. Yeah, I think there's an explorer aspect to my gameplay that it doesn't, maybe not what keeps me around in an MMO, but it's definitely one of the first draws. I've been playing MMOs since EverQuest 1, and that game had such a vast world, and you got a cloth map when you bought the game retail, and the map didn't line up to the real world. So looking at the cloth map and imagining what was out there versus getting on, playing as your character and walking the world and like loading into a new zone and going like, okay, this should be this. Oh, it's not. Or like, oh, there's an extra zone here that wasn't shown on the map. Or this is on the map, but I never expected it to look like this. That was such a cool feeling to me. And the idea of seeing all those different areas, I still have really fond memories, especially of that first EverQuest. I played some MMOs where the world building was weak. It felt like it was procedurally generated maps or lands. And so a given forest might not have any draw or allure. Walking through certain zones might not be memorable. But there are some that do a really good job. EverQuest did amazing job with zone design. World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 1 and 2. And of course Final Fantasy does a really fantastic job. But I've played I feel like City of Heroes could have done a lot better with world design, and I feel like it fell short. I also feel like Rift and Ion were pretty big but didn't do their worlds nearly enough justice. I would have loved to see Warhammer Online do a really good job with world design. And I feel like some of their zones were rather unmemorable or had too much of just the same sort of pre-generated world kind of look or feel to them. And that's unfortunate. My most memorable parts of Warhammer Online were really the battlegrounds. And those were just small arenas for multiplayer combat. For PvP combat, it wasn't the greater world out there. So that says something about how bad the world building was.
Lycos Menon just subscribed. Angeli 405 Jam, Angeli 405 Gritty, Angeli 405 Jam.
Thanks for the text to speech on all three of those emoji, my text to speech bot. Thanks so much for resubbing. 3 months. Has it been? I feel like it's only been 3 months that I've known you. I think I just said this about Crims, but amazing. Thank you for your support. I super appreciate you. And I've really enjoyed learning about you and your common interests with me as far as helping to deprogram the world and remove bias and understand motivation and just, yeah, everything about who you are. You're definitely tribal to this community in the way that I love. Krim says, I still remember very specific places and things involving Nico from Final Fantasy 11. I associate those locations very heavily with him and a few other people. I love that. That's really cool. I didn't play enough 11 to say anything about the world building for that particular game. I noped out after only a couple weeks. I can do more? What do you mean you can do more? Do more than 3 months? You ever wonder if toilets should be bigger? I have not ever wondered that. I guess it depends on the person. I do feel like the world was built with certain types of people in mind, and I feel that very intrinsically because our littles are only now starting to grow to the size where they can use an adult toilet without having like an extra drop down seat. Lycos.
Ellie 405
Oh,
Grady
no.
Ellie 405 Chum Ellie 405 Grady Ellie 405 Chum Ellie 405 Grady Ellie 405
Dude, this is my jam.
Ellie 405.
Okay, stop. I was like, I don't know how long the text to speech is gonna go on this one, but it's gonna try its hardest. It's gonna try so hard to read those emoji in a meaningful way. You broke it. She just gave up at some point. Thanks so much for the bits. Super appreciate that. Yeah. So toilets. So what we do with the girls' bathroom is we have like an extra toilet seat that sits inside the toilet seat. It rests on the toilet seat and makes the space smaller, so a tiny person can sit without like falling in to the water. It'd be super gross. But then you have to wonder, like with some bigger people, especially the way Americans eat, some people have maybe outgrown the size of a standard toilet, that maybe they'd have to make something bigger. Plus, you know, some people just have some weird gastric issues going on and are prone to clogging toilets if the infrastructure, the piping is too small. So I wonder if they make like wider channels to get all the stuff out so you don't plug your toilet, especially if it's your own toilet and you plug it all the time. That's gotta be super frustrating. Do you think urinals should have a seat? Nah. Although I also don't think public restrooms, this is like a hot take, I don't think public restrooms necessarily need a urinal. Or if they do have urinals, they should have, I just think public restrooms should be for everybody. I wish more places just had an area where literally anybody could go, use the restroom, clean themselves up, and get out, and not have... I think the gendered standard for restrooms is dumb and newfangled, and we should just go back to a place where literally anybody can walk in, use the restroom real quick, and walk back out. Now, if that restroom is for like all genders, should there be a urinal there? I think it'd be kind of cool, because like peeing standing up tends to have a failure rate. It's not high, but it's a non-zero failure rate. So getting pee on a place where somebody else is going to try to sit, like, yeah, you could try to wipe it off, but some people don't, or they're in a rush, or for whatever reason, they just don't wipe up. And so you've just like really soured the experience for the next person coming in after you. Whereas using a urinal, the failure rate, the lack of usability after somebody fails using a urinal is... It's significantly easier for somebody else to step in and use it right after you, even if you've critically failed. So Vitamin Dabs, why all the questions about bathroom? Or are you just trolling? I appreciate you, Likos. Thank you. Yeah, it didn't keep going. Can't say I've ever had any issues with toilets before. Me either. Been okay so far. Urinals aren't needed at all, but I obviously do find them more convenient. Yeah, I don't think they're necessary on the front of, do you need one to be able to use the restroom? Nah. But some people will continue to just stand up at a regular toilet too, fail at getting everything into the toilet, and then not clean up after themselves. So that triple combo is where a urinal shines. Whereas if people were just a little more conscientious about the person right after them, a urinal wouldn't be needed. You could just have a room with a bunch of toilets that were all segmented off from each other. Didn't have to be gender specific. People just go in, do their business, get out. And yeah, I feel like the gendering of restrooms is dumb. I wasn't going to talk about that in tonight's stream, but since it got brought up, it is now a thing you all know I disagree with. Imagine missing that bad. I mean, have you seen public restrooms? Especially if you go to like certain gas stations, they're just some places where you're just like, wow, I don't want to even use this because you've mucked this up, and I don't want to spend time cleaning up after somebody else's mess after them, even if they say urine's supposed to be sterile or whatever. I don't know if that's true. I've never fact checked that. I worked at a restaurant. Part of my closing task was cleaning the restrooms. I've seen all sorts of crazy shit. Probably literally. Worst story. I don't want to tell too many life stories until this gets filled, because we're going to be doing, at the end of filling that last little orange gap, we will be doing a lore stream on my life. 5 hours of backstory on me, which is crazy and fucking stupid. I don't know if I'm up for it, but I've committed to doing it, and I might delete the VOD afterwards, so if you're not there for the live experience, oh well. But I might leave it. We'll see. Depends on what comes out of my mouth. But I will say this particular little bit of lore, which I won't save for the stream. I worked as a barista at a coffee shop once, where a group of kids with a handler came in, and one girl looked particularly pale. They were like young teens, I guess. One girl looked particularly pale and unwell, but she was smiley and happy, so she wasn't doubling over in pain or wincing, or just, she didn't have a discomfort on her, but there was something about her that was like, oh, I don't know. She went into the restroom and she didn't come out for a long time, like 20 minutes. And I was like, that's kind of weird, and I'm confused and nervous for other people. You know, we have other patrons that probably need to use this restroom. It was a single, you lock the door behind you kind of restroom. So when she's in there, nobody else can use that restroom. Luckily, we had two, but, you know, makes me nervous. She finished and came out, and she was, you know, smiley and her usual self. But one of my fellow coworkers at that store went in to check on the restroom just to sort of like reset things. After a 20-minute stay, you get kind of nervous. She came out and she had a horrified look on her face, and she's like, you need to come see this. And I went in, we looked in the restroom together, and there was puke with blood in it. So like pink and red tinged puke on almost every surface in the bathroom. It was all over the floors. It was in the toilet, on the toilet seat, on the toilet top, in the sink, on the outside of the trash can. It was like she started to puke and just sort of wandered around the room, letting it go everywhere. I get chills now remembering that visual, because it looked like something out of a horror movie, and the stench was awful. And my coworker, to her credit or discredit, cleaned the entire bathroom. And then we found out that there was like a facilities number we could call if we feared that there was maybe a biohazard involved. And I was like, I never want you to do that ever again. If we have to call this number and get some people in hazmat suits to come and do this shit, like, I don't trust, especially given there was like blood in it. I don't trust that. And I told her, I was like, I'm kind of mad. Like, I don't want to see you endanger yourself to the fact of like, well, let's get 2 working restrooms up. There's still another restroom. So, you know, we could have just noped out and left it to some professionals, but oof. Ugh. Yeah, having also worked in restaurants, some people are just jerks and don't care. Yes, there are some really lack of conscientiousness sort of folks out there. It's sad and it's weird. I feel like, unfortunately, a little bit of selfishness goes a long way. Somebody who acts with no empathy towards others can undo a lot of conscientious people's efforts, which sucks. Seen similar things? Oh no. Yeah. Okay. So let's see, where do we leave off? Socializers, some enjoy helping others for the sake of altruism. Explorers help for the sake of previously unattained areas. Oh yeah, we read all that. Single player appeal to the socializer. Oh yeah, what is that? There are few games that the socializer enjoys based on their merits. They play some of the more popular games so that they can use the multiplayer features. There are some games designed with their playstyle in mind, socializers may particularly enjoy. Early video game generations seldom have longer dialogue trees, but 2000 games that offer significant player-NPC relationship interaction and development include titles Fable, Mass Effect, Knights of the Old Republic. That's true. That's true. I did like that about Cyberpunk. And I said earlier I don't really like interacting with NPCs in a game, but the social ways in which you interact with the NPCs in Cyberpunk was very nice and was an interesting story driver. So I did appreciate that. Socializers are especially keen at sharing their gaming experiences on forums and social media. Dwarf Fortress is a tight-knit community due to the game's unforgiving nature, unique scenarios, and perplexing mechanics. Streamers, it's talking about me, who interact with their audience are often socializers. Oh, I guess so. I suppose so. One popular form of gaming video is the Let's Play format. Former popular? Do people not watch Let's Plays anymore? I feel like they're still around. It's largely been replaced by live streaming on platforms such as Twitch and YouTube. And Kick and Instagram. This does not say here. That's interesting. Well, I guess everybody who's here watching my live stream, obviously you're gonna have a bias. But do you know what other people who don't watch live streams, do they watch Let's Plays still? I feel like that's still a thing. Especially if you just want to see the game, but you don't connect with a certain person's personality. Obviously, if you're here for my personality. We're doing such freaking nerdy stuff tonight that you're if you're not in it for me, I don't know why you're here. But thank you for being here. But for people that don't want to watch a game with somebody's commentary, pausing the game to talk, saying, oh yeah, hey, thanks for the sub, or hey, so-and-so, it's great to see you. If you don't like that sort of format, wouldn't you just watch a Let's Play? I'm sure this isn't appealing to just like everybody. So for those other people, you just want to see what the game's like, but you don't want the dialogue. You just go watch a Let's Play on YouTube or whatever, right? Thankfully, in my current job, any body fluids we aren't allowed to clean up at all. I appreciate that. Yeah, we have to call a specific department to take care of it since it's a hospital. That makes perfect sense, and that makes me happy. Yeah, I still watch Let's Play channels. Sure, why not? Live streaming and shorts are more commonly done now. Let's Plays have dropped off to an extent. Okay, I mean, I could see to an extent. There are a lot of people that want to do live streaming too as a format, whereas Let's Plays I think can get oversaturated quick. Let's say you were wanting to see game footage of Still Wakes the Deep. We just played that one, right? You just want to see how the story goes. You don't want to buy the game, but you're invested in the story, and you go to YouTube and you type Still Wakes the Deep Let's Play. You're probably only going to click on the very first result. You're going to watch somebody play through the game, and you're not going to watch anybody else do a Let's Play on that. If it's just the game footage, there's no commentary, there's no streamer, there's no camera footage of somebody playing it, like a Markiplier or somebody commenting, then once you've watched through it once, you know the game. You're not going to watch it again and again and again. You're not going to watch 10 channels that all do Still Wakes the Deep Let's Play. You just watch it once, and then you're done. So I could definitely see an oversaturation of that market really fast. You watch somebody play through a game, you're done, unless there's some branching. Then you might even still like how one person formats or cuts or whatever does their channel, and you'll watch the branching of that game on that person's channel as well if they're doing their job. Whereas watching somebody stream content, you could watch somebody. People have commented. I think I mentioned the interest in one day trying to fit Chrono Trigger into my stream schedule, just because I love that game and I miss it and would like to play it again. And then I thought about it and I was like, oh, you know what? It's an old game. It's probably been streamed and let's played to death. I don't know if there would be any draw. And a whole bunch of people that day were like, oh my gosh, yeah, if you streamed it, I'd watch it. I was like, but you've seen everybody stream this and play this already. You've probably played this game already. It was an extremely popular game, but it's different watching a streamer stream and talk and engage with the game and engage with the audience at the same time. So I feel like the market saturation on live streaming is completely different. You could watch the same content as streamed by multiple different personalities. You can engage with it on different levels, learn more about that person if you're interested in the person by what they're doing on stream. I chose to do a life hack analysis on gamification on a live stream, so you're learning something about me and like how my brain works, and that's different from personality to personality. So that definitely has a wider market interest. Streaming, I think, hasn't reached a market cap per se. Now, if you're streaming something that's easily replicable by other people and it's not particularly unique, like hot tub streaming, can you make a Twitch career, or maybe more on Kick or whatever, doing hot tub streams? Sure, you can, but you better be one of the top 20 to 50 hot tub streamers. If you're number 1,000 in hot tub streams, you better have something else. You better bring something else to the table. If your whole stream is just you in the hot tub reading people's comments, what else have you got? That market saturates real fucking quick unless there's a personality behind the person involved, or there's something else that they're doing, some other gimmick that they've lured you into. There's only so many attractive people sitting in water with less clothes that the world can have eyes on. Now, the first few that are on the top of the list with popularity, those ones probably do really well. But if you're number 1,000, you're probably streaming to just a couple people and not really nailing it, I think. Fooster is one I like. He focuses on indie horror games. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've known a couple people. I know Markiplier did that for a while. I don't know if he still does. The streamer who lives with Oz and me, Mary, who runs Deathmoth Curios, is also periodically testing out different indie horror games. And I like seeing what indie developers do, and I like seeing and hearing critique on what the player thinks about how that game has been implemented, right? I still watch Let's Plays, though. I used to watch full playthroughs of the same game from multiple YouTubers. Oh, really? Just because I like the YouTubers themselves more than I was worried about the games. Okay, there you go. Yeti, why are you still awake? Don't you have a doctor's thing to do tomorrow? I appreciate you, but I'm surprised you're still awake. I end up watching the same game 3 to 4 times. So when you say you like the YouTubers, is it because they're active in the Let's Play? It's not just the game footage, right? I mean, it's one thing if the person's talking. That's kind of a different thing, I guess. Don't really have time for that anymore. Yeah, I know the feeling. I can't watch as much YouTube as I would like to these days. Oh, you woke up? You woke up and you came and decided to chat with us. I appreciate that. Thanks for being an engaged member of this community, Yeti. Also, if you ever have a computer browser tab that you just want to pop up something that could really benefit this current live streamer, Yeti, and anybody else who's listening, feel free to open it up to youtube.com/DamienHalme and watch some YouTube videos of mine. In the live streams tab and the playlists tab, you'll find old live streams, which means you can watch 4 or 5 hours of something and contribute to the watch hours goal. Correct, it's the personalities and how they approach things differently. I do like watching streamer or Let's Plays if they have a personality, like a camera, and they're talking about the game while they play. You refuse, says you from that chat. I'll overlook the irony there. Fucking ad. Yeti, if I could buy your subscription, I would. But of course, it's self-serving if I were to do so. So yeah, that's interesting about single player on Socializer. Multiplayer, I think that this one's just freaking obvious. Online environments very appealing to the Socializer, near limitless potential for new relationships. They take full advantage of the ability to join guilds or kinships in many online games, and I've been in everything from small friend and family driven guilds. Well,
Lord Yeti just subscribed.
Yeti, welcome back from ads. That was a bad heart. Where's my camera versus my thumb? Ugh, I have to move my hand that way to make the heart. There we go. Thanks, Likos. That was very kind. I wasn't trying to pander for somebody to actually sub Yeti out of Adpocalypse, but Yeti, now you can watch ad-free as well as enjoy my myriad my homebrew emoji that I've made all on my own. If you want an emoji that you see, especially since Yeti, he's like emoji king, if there's an emoji that you think you would love to see in my set that's not there, let me know. You've got amazing emoji in your collection, and I'd love for my group of emoji to be everything that somebody would want to sub for, besides skipping ads. Yeah. My first sub was gifted to me, so it's paying it forward. Oh, okay, cool. I can appreciate that. Where's the gun? Oh, gun emoji? I don't know about Plague Doctor with the bee farm. He looks like the Trogdor of Plague Doctors with that thing coming out of his back. It's insane. I could do a gun, but I don't know. It would have to... Wait, you have a Kesha emoji? Of course you do. Of course you do. I'd have to make it, I don't know. Everything's been like spooky or like an attempt at doing something that's like intellectual. I once had a brain emoji, but it didn't read visually very well, so I took it off. And sort of the crow. I used to have a wolf too. I was looking at sort of doing like Odin based, since Odin's like a god of knowledge, the pursuit of knowledge. I was trying to do sort of an Odin subset of different emoji. The crow stayed through, the raven emoji stayed in there, but the wolf, the Odin spear, the brain, some of that stuff I took out because it didn't have a good visual read. It's hard to do stuff with emoji when the whole premise of your existence is like programming of the brain and high intellect kind of stuff, as opposed to like, oh, we just have fun and everything's about like, I don't know, furries and dragons and stuff like that. I'm a hard brand to make visuals for. Pretty sure my first sub was gifted as well, if I remember correctly. Nice. I love that this community is very generous in giving to others, especially because not everybody in the community is of means. I've lived a significant part of my life not being of means, so watching other people step in and just sort of giving and making sure everybody has a good time is feels great to see. Likos has some amazing emoji in your collection as well. Good stuff. Where did you get that chibi version of you? The last one that you just posted, Yeti. I'm curious. Okay, this is the one that I really didn't understand by just the name, unless it really is about like PKing, the killer player type. Killers, well suited as clubs, are more than other player types motivated by power gaming and eclipsing others. They want to achieve first rank on the high scoreboard or beat another speedrunner's time record. Isn't this just like Achiever, but in sort of like a antisocial way? You're doing it to be challenging to other people. So, I guess that was the single player. So just getting a high score or beating another speedrunner all alone. They didn't have a blurb about this before the whatever. Multiplayer, causing mayhem among computer-controlled people and things may be fun to the killer, but nothing amounts to the joy of pitting one's skills against an actual player-controlled opponent. I've messed around with NPCs. I think that can be fun and funny. I've spent a lot of time in GTA ruining the NPCs' day, especially the cops. I don't know, it's just fun. For most, the joy of being a killer results from a friendly, competitive spirit. For others, it's more about power and the ability to hurt others or the thrill of the hunt. Once such example is ganking or owning, a process where the killer takes their strong character to a place where inexperienced or weaker characters reside and proceeds to kill them repeatedly. I've never done ganking, but I have picked on somebody, usually because they pick on me. When I used to play Warhammer Online, me and two of my friends made a triad of hard to work but dangerous players or classes in this particular game. And if anybody decided they wanted to pick on us regularly or high priority target us in a battleground or some PvP environment, we would always be talking on TeamSpeak, Ventrilo, or Discord or whatever, and we would focus on that person and make their day, ruin their day, and have a fun time ruining their day. What we would use is I think if I remember the term, Archmage. This was on the side of Order, not Chaos. We played Chaos for a while and decided that the classes in Order made more sense. Archmage and 2 Bright Mages. The Archmage, if I'm using the term right, it's basically somebody who heals, and the more they heals and does destructive magic, the more they heal, the stronger their healing magic, the more destruction, the higher their destruction magic does damage. So in other words, they're momentum based class. So they would be the healer, and the more healing they did, the higher and stronger healing they got. Bright Mages were only fire mages. Kind of boring in a game like this, but all they did was shoot different types of fire. The interesting mechanic about Bright Mages is as they built up more and more fire spells and cast more things, they built up this internal stat called conflagration, if I remember right, and it would damage you, the player, as you're casting spells. So you had to be very cautious, especially playing solo. The more damage you put out, the more damage you're taking yourself. You're very much a glass cannon, but you're even worse, you're hurting yourself as you're cannoning off. So 2 of us would be Bright Mages, building up crazy conflagration by casting too many fire spells, really trying to nuke people down. And to offset all of the damage, the Archmage behind us would be pocket healing just us, healing all of our damage to ourselves so we could really glass cannon out. And it was an incredibly powerful trifecta. If it was just 1 Bright Mage and 1 Archmage, the Archmage would run out of things to do, but they were really busy healing 2 Bright Mages. I think if we had a 3rd Bright Mage, then the Archmage wouldn't be able to keep up with the healing, as we'd be hurting ourselves at too high of a rate. But we could essentially pick on anybody, tank, other caster, healer, and erase them from the battleground in very short time, and they couldn't effectively kill us in that time. It was amazing. It was so rude. It was so rude. We were probably ruining players' days because we'd pick on them over and over and over again. They'd respawn. We'd find them in the crowd, and we'd go and attack just them, and we wouldn't attack anybody else. So we'd be really focused fired. Yeah, but it was good times. I really enjoyed really hurting other people's days. Yo, I'm at rock bottom now. Talk about it. What's going on? I mean, if you're comfortable sharing. If you're not, probably don't start off with something like that, but let us know what's going on. We're here to listen. Someone made it for me once. They came into my stream and liked it, so they made me an emote. That's awesome. How kind. I'd just some random person that doesn't follow you anymore. It's really sweet. I see more people messing with Sims in the Sims games than any other. Oh, yeah. Sims are so fun to mess around with. I mean, especially because you could save the game. You could even do that with somebody that you had built up too, right? And just really see what happens. And plus, they interact with their suffering more than in other games. Like if you make Mario fall down a pit, Mario doesn't like you don't see his suffering. You don't see what happens to a Mario that's fallen off the edge of the world. He just falls off the edge of the world. But with The Sims, you see every bit of suffering until they die. So I think people are intrinsically curious about that kind of stuff. Something about The Sims just makes people want to torture the NPCs. I mean, I've done it. I've locked a Sim in like a basement that they can't get out of and watched them wet themselves because they don't have a toilet and just, yeah. Why do we do this? I don't know. But we do. And I loved it even more against other players. We were so mean too that we really wanted people to feel like we wanted people on tilt. We wanted people to feel so bad while we were killing them that they would actually play worse as a result, which would also then make it easier to kill them, to keep killing them, because they were on tilt. So we took some strategies that we learned along the way. One, from Smash Brothers. I had a couple friends who were particularly good at playing Jigglypuff with the first couple Smash Brothers, and he's such like a garbage throwaway character that if you're really good with Jigglypuff, you get those one-hit kills and you get them a lot. It feels super unfair and super triggering because so many of the other characters are better designed and more fun and just stronger characters. To die to Jigglypuff repeatedly will get somebody really pissed really fast. So we took that into consideration, but also in Warhammer Online, where we were doing this tactic, we ran across two characters that were both dark witches, I think was the term, and they were a team that were picking on people too. I think they might have been the inspiration for us making our team, is seeing them play. And their names were Moo Moo Cow and Moo Moo Cow, but with two W's at the end. And their names were so stupid and ridiculous, and they were so good at killing people, it put like extra tilt on, right? Like, you don't want to lose to anybody repeatedly, but you especially don't want to lose to anybody repeatedly with a stupid ass name. And so we already had our characters made, and we didn't have particularly clever or triggering names to our characters. So what we decided to do was make a guild, which you could also see in PvP. And we made a guild that was a really triggering name. So we were like, okay, who would you be pissed off at more? Dying to somebody who's of the guild, the Unholy Avengers, something like serious and MMO sounding, or would it piss you off more to die to somebody whose guild was called My Little Pony? And so we named our guild My Little Pony. And of course, we're not in anybody's homes listening to them dying to us, like how they interact with that. But we hoped, our hopes were, there are a whole bunch of people playing Warhammer Online that were just like, fuck these guys, fuck these My Little Pony guild players. They're constantly targeting me. They won't leave me alone. All they do is come and find me again after I respawn and kill me again. Yeah. Good times. I'm a bully. I'm a little bit of a bully. I'm admitting that now. Strimmer is crazy. I mean, yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Okay, so I think we understand killers in addition to the other three. Let's go back to where that sort of sits in. So I don't know that this is necessarily good for life hacking then at this point. Maybe level 3 and going further, this is more for somebody who's in actual game design work. So I probably won't keep going down the rabbit hole with this one. But I guess the idea here is you can take Octalysis if you're designing a product, whether you're doing games or you're making something that's going to have multiple clients, or maybe if you're like a streamer like myself and you're trying to find ways to motivate people to stay in your community, engage with you deeper on other social media platforms, and sort of grow who you are as a person. I could see then you trying to accommodate for each of these sort of different archetypes, but these are all sort of game archetypes too, so I don't know if that really applies to things that aren't in game design. Hey, what's up, Mung? Is this a live stream or replay? It's live. First time here. I think with YouTube, you'll always see, you might have to hover your cursor over it if you're on desktop. If on mobile, you might just have to tap the video. I think there's going to be a live banner somewhere that shows up. But yeah, I'm officially a partnered live streamer on YouTube as of was it just this month? I think just earlier this month. So that also means that we've unlocked other fun things. For those of you that aren't regularly watching on YouTube, first of all, how dare you? Because I'm farming watch hours on YouTube to unlock all of the milestones. But things I have unlocked on YouTube: custom emoji. So if you go to the emoji portion of chat, you'll see some emoji that I've handcrafted myself. If you're a Twitch watcher, you'll recognize some of these. You can also do what's called a membership. Membership is like a monthly purchase toward the stream that donates toward me, very similar to subscriptions in Twitch and other places. So that exists there on YouTube as well. YouTube and Twitch do different cuts as far as that goes, but I'm not sure what the actual end percentages are after fees and everything have been detracted. I'll let you know. I'm newer to the YouTube side of things in that regard. And YouTube also lets you do, or lets you do on my channel, super chats. So you can pay and it has your chat stuck as a pin for a portion of time based on your donation. It's good stuff. I like dumb names in games. I do too. In Final Fantasy XIV, we have a link shell dedicated just to pinging other people's names that we find along the way. So we'll we'll highlight other people's names if they're particularly dumb and we wanted everybody else to see them. My friend and I spent an entire game protecting a random player we ran into called Duck Moo, just because of the goofy name. That was like 15 years ago, and I still remember that name for some reason. I wonder if they were related to Moo Moo Cow. Never saw him again after that day, so nobody we knew. Interesting. When is Trimmer gonna pick on my name? Wait, what's wrong with your name? Likos Menon? Is it supposed to be funny? I don't know. I thought your name was just serious and interesting. I like it. What's wrong with your name? Is it that you want to be bullied? Because I can... we can go into that. We could do a bullying. So just for shiggles, let's see if there's more levels after level 3. I don't think level 3 is good for life hacky sort of things, but an Octalysis tool? I guess not. So 3 levels of Octalysis. Oh, never mind. Well, okay. Long journey to good gamification. 5 levels in total, so maybe he just keeps the others behind a paywall or something. I see a section that says my books, so maybe he sells the other parts. Level 1 is usually sufficient for the majority of companies trying to create a better designed gamified product and experience. Higher level, they're for organizations that truly committed to making sure they push their metrics in the right direction while improving the longevity of a gamified system. Many games are only popular for 3 to 8 months. Ugh. That's kind of painful to hear, actually. Imagine working on a game for like 3 years and developing that out, and then 8 months later, the game studio's like, yeah, we're shutting this game down. We're not selling it anymore. It's like, oh, okay. There goes those years of my life. I guess if you're being paid, you're being paid. That's fine. If the world adopts good gamification principles and focuses on what truly drives fun and motivation, it's possible to see a day where there's no longer a divide between things people must do and the things they want to do. Oh, I like that. This is probably where people are clinging on to this idea for life hack. All people have to do is play all day. The quality of life for everyone will be significantly higher. Companies will perform better because people actually want to do the work, and society overall will become more productive. This is the world I've dedicated my life to enabling. What a good bean. What a good bean. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do the tool or anything. I don't see this like crazy XY axis being good, but definitely the level 2 Octalysis design idea, this makes sense to me. This movement from discovery to onboarding to scaffolding to endgame, this could easily be used for a personal project at home, for achieving a certain goal, like a certain amount of activity workout, gym sort of thing, or changing in diet or lifestyle behavior sort of things, working out a flow for your day, or just like learning new skills if you're going to school or if you're just doing like self-led education. I could see this being beneficial. Yeah. I'm trying to make a dumb joke about being a masochist. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm a little bit of a sadist, so could probably work on something. Concord was popular for 3 to 8 minutes. Then they said it was a hero shooter and everyone went back to sleep. Oh, I've never heard of Concord. That's pretty sad. It's 3 a.m. Time to call it a night. While I don't work tomorrow, it's still best to not mess with my sleep schedule too much. Sounds good. Should try to BS outside stream sometime soon. Yeah, hit me in DMs anytime. I don't have significant amounts of free time, but I'll make it for somebody like you. The sleep schedule that I run also relies on some semblance of regularity from a week-to-week basis. So I totally understand when you have days off, you can't just screw around with your sleep because it messes up all the other times so much worse. Have a good night, Crims. Thanks for popping in. Concord was Sony's big new IP. Oh, never heard of it. Supposed to be just as big as The Last of Us and Horizon Zero Dawn, but released and had literally 600 players on Steam. Yikes. And a similar number on console. For Sony, that's a big loss. Did anybody do like what's the word I'm looking for? A post-mortem on it? Like sort of figure out just what the heck happened there? The estimated total of 25,000 copies globally. Yikes. Sets them at a 99.5% loss on a $200 million budget game. Damn. It wasn't stand out. So all the choices that they made with the game were basically done before. It's just old news for everybody. Is that what it is? The same as a bunch of other stuff that's already come out. That sucks. That really sucks. So yeah, ultimately, I think Octalysis could have some merit. If you're curious, just look up the word Octalysis. You'll find Yukai Chou's website on the idea. As far as like how to establish that in sort of a working situation for your life, whether that's school, work, or if you're trying to create something personally, you're doing a creative project, or you're actually making a product for people to buy, that could be a little bit tricky. And probably well beyond the scope of me doing a live stream. Like, oh well, let's make something that's just for shiggles, just for the funsies to do in a live stream. I don't want to go down that kind of a rabbit hole, but it's at least interesting to consider. And I encourage you to do a little bit of investigation in Octalysis personally for you, whether that's what you would want to do to make your own life routine at home better, your work better, your schooling better and more optimized. I think there might be something to this. And I'm not a simp for this guy. I've literally, before this week, have never heard of Yukai Chou and his work. So this wasn't me pulling this up on stream because I knew I was gonna glaze all over him. I want to be critical of systems when I learn them, and I just stopped in learning his particular system because I thought it would be good for the stream to sort of like come at it together, do a little bit of analysis, and you see how my brain works when I learn about something new, as far as how I tackle that new information, what I do to determine whether it's worthy or not. It's basically just a deep dive and talking over the different components and deciding whether something could be thought of better or not. Like his whole idea of putting things into an 8 grid. I think 8 is maybe too many numbers, or putting things on the left and the right as like left and right brain. I don't think left and right brain is a smart system to use, but then he talked about intrinsic and extrinsic rewards, and that sounded more compelling. But then I looked at the subpoints in that, and it didn't feel like it mapped that well. So I kind of feel like he had an idea that he needed to constrain into an 8-point system, and then he started doing quadrant work on top of that, and he was shoehorning ideas together into something. That all said, I still think it's a good system for creating a structure around how you want to like live your life or build a product, but I don't think all of his ideas are fully fleshed out or make a lot of sense. I feel like he's pattern matching to try to get things to look nice on a visual that he decided on. You know what I mean? Still worthwhile though. Still worthwhile to look into. If you want, I can drop a good video recap on it. Sure, let's take a look. We'll take a look at that and then probably hop into some Final Fantasy to end cap the evening with. You should be able to drop a link in any chat, by the way. I think I have links enabled everywhere, so you don't have to like DM me in Discord to make it happen. Thanks, by the way. If you've made it this far, if you started at the beginning of the stream and you're still here, damn, kudos to you, because that's pretty amazing that you would stick around for a stream of this nature on Twitch, on YouTube, on Kick, and on Instagram. I super appreciate your faces. And if you are on Instagram, we're saying goodnight to you right now. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. One day Instagram will let me stream for more than 4 hours. Have a good night. I remembered. I did the thing. We will still stream for 5 hours on every other platform, but Instagram always kicks me out at the 4-hour mark, and so I need to say goodnight to them early and then kill that stream, because that's how they do. I don't, like, literally nobody limits you on live stream time. Maybe TikTok does. I still haven't unlocked that yet. But, yeah, it sucks. For somebody who's just newly started 5-hour streams. Wait, it's Lord Yeti wants to collaborate? Can we do this? You want to knock? Let's knock. Let's see how this works. We've never done this before. I've never done this before. I don't think Yeti's ever done this before. I've just received a wants to collaborate message through Twitch, which is part of their new stream together tool set. We're going to see how this works out. I just wanted to try it. I don't know what it is. If I hit accept and it goes live for you and you don't want to, you can just pop right back out. But I'm going to at least try it. Oh, I have to log on? Oh, what the hell? Okay, hang on. I swear I remember my password. It's going to make me authenticate? No, it's not. Okay, cool. Joining. Get started. What the hell? It gives me an entire tutorial on how to stream together. I've already done this. Hello? Can chat hear your call? Your stream should be able to hear the call now if you're capturing desktop audio. Oh, I'm not capturing desktop audio. I'm going to say yes. So it pops you up into the stream together tool like we used to use. But if you don't want to do this, we can pop back out. It's, you remember when we used to do the discourse topics and it would I'd have you all up on my stream together with me. That's the same scenario as that. Yeah, I'm not hearing you, so I'm gonna pop back out. We're gonna watch this video. Oh, yes I can. Wait, hang on. I don't know if everybody else can hear you now though. Let's shit, where's the audio source for this? I had this on, oh, I never had this on this one. Hang tight. Brave.
This is crazy. I'm sorry for just throwing this on you. I was like, I've been dying to press that knock button and I've never been comfortable enough to do it. I was like, D's on, I'm gonna knock.
You're good, you're good. Yeah, I've seen it a number of times too. And it's always on streamers that I don't know that way. And I was like, I don't know. I feel like you should be friends in Twitch. Can you add a friend on Twitch? Maybe you can't friend somebody. I don't know.
Right.
I feel like it's always on people that there's no way I would knock on their stream because they don't know me like that. I don't know them like that.
Right. I get that.
Yeah. So you're completely awake, huh? There's no way you haven't gone back to sleep.
Yeah, man. I don't have to leave for another 6 hours, so.
Oh wow.
I guess I'm just gonna, stay awake.
Gross.
No, it's all good. That gives me like 6 hours to play guitar.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be awake at 3 a.m. to like start my day, but hey, you do you.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
So, about this topic you want to discuss?
Sure. I don't know how much of the stream you caught, but basically it's this idea that we have a bunch of different ways we can feel motivated. And if we sort of like look at all the different angles, maybe we'll see some of them are stronger than others. Like we're higher motivated by some things. Maybe we want to change that. I think ultimately that's where the tool comes into play on like a personal basis, is when you look and you see like, oh wow, I'm way more motivated by fear of like losing something. Like I want to work hard just so I can make more money. Otherwise I lose, you know, the way of life that I have right now, or the people that are connected to me right now, versus I'm doing this for like a greater purpose. Like I feel like there's a bigger version of me, a bigger definition of me that I want to try to achieve. You know, maybe if you see that, you would reassess or reevaluate sort of what motivates you, or change things about how you feel about, I don't know how you change your definition of yourself, but I could see it working as a good tool for motivation.
I've been motivated out of fear before.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of since we moved to Georgia has been some fear motivation stuff, which you know about some of that off stream. Yeah. It sucks, but I mean, we're not evicted, and we're still parents. The kids haven't been taken away from us. I think we're doing a good job with them so far.
Oh, I'd say so.
Thanks.
I would definitely say so. Yeah, you guys are awesome. By the way, just throwing that out to anyone who's listening. She is a great parent.
Oh, stop. I mean, you could keep going, but that's okay.
I could keep going all day, but I'm not gonna do that because I don't want to put too much of your personal life out there. But you're fucking great.
Thank you. It's weird to feel like anybody would consider me a great parent, given that I feel like I'm parenting from the seat of my pants. Like,
I've seen your interactions with your children. I've seen how you go about handling it, like how many like boxes you check off as you go, how much you put into it. It's incredible to see, honestly. It's like, wow. And coming from a guy, I didn't grow up with parents. I was raised by my great grandmother. So seeing like two parents who are super motivated, super involved in every way, it's like, it's wild, man. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
Fantastic parents. Honestly, the best parenting I've seen myself, like, in person as an individual, the best parents I've been around and actually witnessed with my own eyes.
Wow.
It's very impressive. Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I've told so many people that
What's wrong, Doug? Nothing.
Sketchy.
Nothing.
Thank you for the self-care.
I'm right as the mail.
Let me take a swig and then I'll finish this thought.
Absolutely.
I was gonna say, I've told so many people that my parenting style is basically remembering all of the TV I used to watch when I was a kid and super addicted to TV, and remembering the characters who are like wholesome family members, like especially sitcom dads or whatever,
Yeah.
And at the end of an episode, you know, maybe it was like really funny, and maybe the kids got in trouble, and so the dad like sits down on the bed of the kid, and they're like, "Listen, Slugger, we've had a hard day today, haven't we? Yeah, this was really rough, but hey, you know, I think there's a lesson to be learned here." And it's like, you know, this like corny sort of TV stuff that I'm sure everybody's seen TV like this. And me, when it comes to like, how do I engage with my kids? How do I give them structure, love, nurturing, while trying to guide them like morally and educationally and all these sort of things that they need to be good adults and have an easier and happier life? I just channel those characters. Like, dude, I don't have much else to go off of myself. Like you, I've had a different sort of upbringing, but I try to use what I remember from these fake characters. I'm not trying to be like fake, but at the same time, some of my motivation.
No, it's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we learn, but we pick up on things, and you know, we adapt these characteristics or adopt them, these characteristics that we see, and that becomes part of who we are. But it's hilarious because as you were saying that, I was like, holy shit, that makes so much sense. Like, you are that wholesome fucking sitcom dad. I'm like, goddamn.
Well, I think so many people cosplay at like everything they do, right? Like when you dress a certain way and you go out into public and you look different than just what you do when you're at home, your outfit sort of says something different about your personality to other people, and maybe it changes the way you engage with them too. When I'm interacting with my own kids, I know that they're perceiving me as dad, and even though I don't quite know what to do with that all the time, I try to imagine, you know, it's like, okay, I'm putting on my dad costume. What is a dad supposed to be like? What would a good and ideal dad who makes good memories and have their kids look back and have a fond thoughts of their childhood and think, yeah, you know, I had a really good upbringing. What would that dad be like in the moment? And that's what I try to be.
I see it. I think that's who you are.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's awesome. Yeah, when I first met you and Oz, I was like, damn, I gotta work on myself. Holy shit. I want to be like those motherfuckers.
Stop.
It's super motivating.
It's not a race.
Motivating.
It's not a race.
No, it's not. But yeah, you remember we're talking about you see these things on TV and you're like, I'm gonna be like that. That was meeting you guys in person. I was like, you know what? I like the way you guys move. I like the way you function and do things. I like that.
Thank you.
There was definitely a lot to take away from just meeting you as a person. I think that's why I clicked with you so much, because like I hadn't even realized that you had like streamed and shit before, you know. And then when I met you, I was like, dude, this guy is so fucking awesome. Why didn't I know him already? What have I been missing out on?
That's cool that we crossed paths the way we did. Yeah. If I hadn't started streaming, I don't think I would have ever met you at all.
Right. Yeah, absolutely not. And same, other way around. It's weird. But super cool. Sorry for taking your stream off of the what it was on. Sorry.
You're good. We're just gonna watch this video on this game Concord that sucked super bad for some reason that we're gonna learn, and then gonna wrap up with some Final Fantasy. If you want, I can. How do I make this? I guess you have to watch it on stream and just be a little bit delayed.
No, that's fine. I don't mind hopping out if you want to go ahead and get back to finishing the rest of your stream, and I'll just watch it.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for popping in.
Absolutely.
Always
Thanks
nice
for
to chat.
having me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm happy to see you've been streaming again. I think your community is probably got to be really stoked that you're back in action again.
Yeah, the ones that know I am are super stoked so far. So
Yeah. No, we're just gonna have to find more people that are your tribe and build you up. Key,
Hell,
right?
we'll get there.
Key's consistency. So especially if you know you have like a regular daily schedule for like practicing guitar, that's a good time. You're already going to be there. You're already going to be on guitar. Why not?
Yeah, I'm getting a new interface soon. My interface doesn't work, so I have no way to like just plug in and play, or my streams would just be hours of me practicing guitar and talking to people, which it will be soon.
Yeah.
But
yeah, why not?
Just I kind of want to not rebrand, but I kind of want to change the focus of my stream to being like, I guess, things that are productive and what I want to do for myself type of shit, and still stream while doing it.
Hell yeah, why not? I know somebody who she started off as a Final Fantasy 14 streamer. That's basically all she did, is just play MMOs and sometimes an occasional other game here and there. And then she got into this crazy STEM school program, and she streams herself studying because she still has to focus on that exclusively, but wants to also continue to stream and to communicate with her community that she's built up. So I mean, she just puts the webcam on a desk with her textbooks and her notebooks open and stuff like that. And it's like, if you like me and want to hang out with me, this is what I'm doing today, you know, which I think is kind of cool. I mean, it shouldn't always just be about like no minding and watching a game together, but sometimes it could be about just being in each other's space, sharing with the community that you've built up. If you guys all like each other and don't mind hanging out, doing leveling up of you, getting better at what you want to get better at.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's awesome. And I feel like probably for that particular streamer, probably a lot of people still stick around for it because I don't know, most streamers have their little group of people who just really appreciate who they are as a person. That's probably majority of the reason they're around. Because I'll tell you, I know that I didn't get my following off of being an elite gamer.
Right.
Yeah. That would be something else.
Yeah, it's got to be a different reason, and I think that's honestly the better answer. When I first started looking into doing content creation, and I set up my YouTube channel to start making videos, I was learning from some people who were already in the creation space, and they said, you know, never make your channel name or your name that you use to stream or do videos, never make that about something that you love, because 5 years down the road, your interest could change. If you're playing a game, that game could, you know, die off or be boring or whatever. Don't ever make it about something that can change throughout the course of your life. Make it about you. You're different than everybody else on this planet. Somebody out there likes you and is interested in watching you as a person, your thoughts, the way you talk, the way you interact with the world. And it doesn't matter what you do at that point. If your channel's named after you, like yours is, or mine, then they're going to find you because they're interested in you. Then if you game, you game. If you play guitar, you play guitar. If you study, you study. It's about the experience of seeing the world through you then. And then you don't have to be trapped on a specific topic. Like, oh crap, if I don't talk about politics, nobody will watch me because all I am is a political streamer. Or if I don't play Elden Ring, well crap, I'm one of the best Elden Ring streamers. That's all I do. What if I change games? I'll lose all my audience, you know? It's better to just be you and have people follow you for you, who you are.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100% agree with that. Hell yeah, man. Well, I guess I'll go back to being just a regular viewer now. But,
all right. I'll catch you on the flip side.
Chat with you.
Likewise.
Absolutely.
Likewise.
Peace out, man.
Later. All right, let's see if I can pull this up here. Boop, boop. Nice. There's that. Let's bring this over here for me. This is a little bit bigger there. Cool. I did that before with programming. You streamed yourself programming? That's interesting. I'd be curious to know how that went, like, as far as people watching. But I'm too self-conscious about it. That's a shame. It could be interesting. Some people are crazy good that watch programming streams and backseat the fuck out of something you're making. Interesting. I almost want to stream my work. If I wasn't on certain NDAs, I'd be like, yo, here's what I'm doing at work and I'm stuck here. Audience, can you help me out? I wonder how many people would pop in and be like, oh shit, you forgot like a semicolon here, that's the issue, or like, oh, that's not the name of the method you're trying to call right now, it's something else, no wonder it's failing. Imagine having a whole free QA team just watch you actively do whatever you're trying to develop out, and they'll be like, oh yeah. I mean, they say that the quickest way to get help on the internet is not to ask for help, it's to do something wrong, right? It's to say like, oh, this is the way, or like, I'm just going to go forward in this direction, and be like, no, you got it wrong. That's not how you do it. Long time ago, quite a few were interested, but the back seating was kind of rough. I think you just have to, I mean, I don't necessarily think this is easy, but build up like a backbone to it. I haven't had a lot of this. I feel like I'm streaming across 4 communities, and all 4 communities have been pretty good so far. Vast majority of people are just badass, just really kind. But some people have come in, tried to troll, derail, of course, say stuff that's off TOS, and then I just immediately ban them because I don't want my channel to be a problem. And I don't want to have to deal with mods or cancellations or anything on that. So I just get rid of the bad actors, and then, you know, the platform can deal with them based on whatever TOS that they broke. Or the very rare occasion where somebody will come on and insult me. And you have to remember, there's just so many people on the internet that they're so abstracted from what they're doing. They're using a pseudonym. They're typing on a keyboard. They know you can't see their face. They're like such an abstraction of an actual human being at that point. And I think they realize that, and sometimes just act in a way that has that result. You know, they don't have the threat of a punch coming their way if they said something like really, really vulgar and rude to somebody. So they just could. Or they just step in and backseat or do whatever, derail or talk or type too much or whatever happens to be. It's going to happen. And the best thing you can do is ignore, derail, move your energies elsewhere, and just let it go. In fact, look, I already got a bot here while I was just talking in that little bit. Somebody I get to ban. Yeah. Some of it was actually good advice. Okay. Some was just people trying to assert their own personal coding style, and it sucked horribly. Yeah, I would never listen to a style idea. Like, oh, you should indent here. There should be white space here. It'd be like, you know what? Not your style guide. Do my own style guide, or if like I were ever to stream my work, which I don't know how I could, but if I could, I'd be like, you know what? I have to adhere to the style guide of my employer, and you're not paying me my salary. They are. That COVID vaccine absolutely wrecked me last night. Oh no. How are you feeling today? Did it run its course pretty quick? Feeling better today, but I'm also now on nearly double the recommended dose of Tylenol to control the fever. Ooh, bad fever. Yikes. Well, rest up, do all the things you do for a fever, and hopefully you pop out the other side real quick here. Last night, if I ever left from under my heated blanket, I'd be shivering violently within 30 seconds. Damn. And my whole body was super achy. Still is a little, though. Yeah, I think even after you get over a fever, just the feeling of having been in it, and the way you end up like holding yourself in certain amounts of pain, like it creates residual pain. When I have a really bad headache, I have a bad habit of holding myself in a way where I get other types of pain or aches because I've been under so much stress from the headache. My really, really bad headaches that I get. So yeah, that sucks. I clocked in last night at 102.8. That's dangerous. That's getting high. Yeah. Gotta do your anti-fever things at that point. Big time. Okay, let's watch. Oh wow, this is like half an hour. Let's watch some of this. Worst today was 100 point, or yeah, that's not bad at all. Don't remember the exact number. Okay, much better, much better. It's fucking rough. My body hates me. Well, your body is gonna love you once it gets over this, but yeah, the initial onboarding kind of sucks for sure. Okay, let's see what this guy has to say. The act man.
And again. Over we go. Good, steady. And now, the big one. Oh, come on, Concord. Message for you, sir. Concord, speak to me.
The dramatics are interesting.
Concord, you shall not have died in vain. I'm not quite dead, sir.
Okay, can we
Today,
skip to the guy?
We hold a candlelight vigil for Concord. He was the best of us, he was the worst of us. Today we celebrate the life and memory of Concord. All 11 days of it. Sony's latest hero shooter, and one of, if not,
looks cool.
Actually, I think this is the biggest commercial failure in video game history.
You fucked it up.
If you look at Wikipedia's list of video game commercial failures, the numbers are actually quite impressive when compared to Concord. For example, the Sega 32X sold 665,000 units and was still considered a commercial failure. Dude, the fucking 3DO, the console that costed $700, equivalent to $1,500 in 2023, even this sold 2 million. Even the infamous E.T. the Extraterrestrial on Atari 2600, the game that is largely contributed
Okay, that's a lot of history.
The video game crash of 1982, sold 1 year of development. Concord launched to an abysmal peak player count of 660 players on Steam.
Oh my goodness!
Damn.
I would be laughing if it wasn't so sad, but this is a funeral, okay? Suicide Squad killed the
don't worry, I
Justice
will.
League had a higher player count than Concord. Ladies and gentlemen, to put this in the most extreme context possible, I give you this. I could end the video right here, to be quite honest.
All-time peak 2,000 players, though.
A chunk of these players were likely journalists or content creators who received early codes, or even some of the developers. So it begs the question: how
Raises the question.
a huge game?
Sorry, I said begs the question. It's one of my pet peeves. It raises the question or prompts the question. If you're from the UK, you might say prompt instead of raises, but begs is incorrect.
That Sony has invested so much money, time, and effort into. How does it collapse this hard?
Imagine Sexist Hitler genuinely being a more popular game. I mean, so far I've just seen like little bits of people shooting at each other, and I like games where you shoot at each other. So I don't understand it just yet, but I can imagine there being a certain demographic that would like the Sex with Hitler type of meme jokey sort of game.
Today we're going to answer that question. Why has Concord failed so spectacularly? Because just 2 weeks after launch, Sony has announced that they are pulling it from stores, refunding anyone who bought it, and shutting the game director
Studio response.
for Firewalk Studios, the developers, posted this update. An important update on Concord. Concord fans, we've been listening to your feedback since the launch of Concord on PlayStation 5 and PC, and want to thank everyone who has joined the journey abroad the North Star. Your support and the passionate community that has grown around the game has meant the world to us. I think one of the saddest things a person can witness is a situation where all hope is clearly lost. There is no light at the end of the tunnel, and yet there is still an element of positivity.
Hey, Toady.
Man, that fucking sucks for the developers. Like, you can sit here and say, yeah, it's their fucking fault for making this game nobody wanted and nobody cared to buy. But there are genuinely talented developers, you know, people on the ground floor who don't make the creative decisions, who probably put their heart and soul into this job, into this game, and it's just a total dud.
I mean, if they get
And the forced
paid.
positivity of it, it's just, something about that just is so sad to me. But I mean, we're still gonna make fun of it. While many qualities of the experience resonated with players, we also recognize that other aspects of the game in our initial launch didn't land the way we intended.
You don't say. You don't say. You don't say.
Yeah, the fuck.
You close your eyes and 3 hours pass. That sounds delightful. I mean, it sounds so scary to me because I literally can't lose 3 hours of my life unless it's scheduled that that's the time that I need to sleep. But I would kill to just have like a random 3 hour nap. Man, if I ever made it like as a content creator, I think one of the first things, I shouldn't say if, let's say when I make it as a big content creator, one of the first things I want to build back into my life is sleep. Like 8 hours a night of sleep. Not 8 hours of time where I get into bed and then have to get out of bed, but like actual being asleep for 8 hours. That would be amazing. How? I don't know, but I want that. I would love that. I'm fine with a nap as long as I'm ready for it. Yeah, I guess it's a little bit scary when it just like sneaks up on you like that.
And foundation disintegrated. Therefore, at this time, we have decided to take the game offline beginning September 6th and explore options, including those that will better.
Oh, this just ended.
While we determine the best path ahead, Concord sales will cease immediately, and we will begin to offer a full refund for all gamers who have purchased the game for PS5 or PC. Yeah.
Damn. This isn't just a cancellation. This is a full refund. All servers down. And this just happened. I didn't realize how breaking this was. Breaking news. I just fell asleep on a plate. Oh no. That doesn't sound restful at all. They fully unreleased the game just now. Jeez.
Yada yada yada. We'll keep
this
you
is
updated,
brutal.
And thank you again to all the free gunners who have joined us in the Concord Galaxy. All 2,000 of them.
That feels really bad. I've always wondered, like, when you're a big streamer, or big content creator, or a big production company, and you have big numbers, it's so cool to be able to say, you know, thank you to all the people, like my vast number of patrons and Patreon, or like, thank you to all the fans, thank you to all the people supporting this. But it's got to feel really shitty to be a big brand of some sort, creator, developer, whatever, and have to lie about, like, thank you to all of you. You devoted the great community we built. You didn't build a community. There are towns bigger than you. There are villages with more people than this. This isn't a community. This is a few people with passing interests that have stopped by, and your name and your money have just managed to net in that many people. It just feels like a big glamour at this point. A lot of the comments hurt in this. My high school had more than twice the number of players. Honestly, I think this was my graduating class size, if I remember right, at my high school. So, yeah. Maybe not graduating class. Maybe it was the total number of students when I graduated was higher than this. Pretty bad.
That's rough, buddy. I suppose credit where credit is due. They're not taking the as a whole. Now, they say they're going to find ways to re-deliver the game, but I don't know if that's possible.
Re-deliver?
It's just not interesting to people. It's not visually appealing. The gameplay doesn't
not
look
that
fun,
guy.
Interesting, or like anything we haven't seen before.
That's fun.
I don't think there's a Fortnite turnaround in the cards here. You know, Fortnite's original mode, it just kind of flew under the radar. Nobody cared too much, but Epic had the foresight to say, hey, maybe we can still make something out of this. It was.
Wait, what's Fortnite now? I've never played the game. When the game first launched, it was my understanding that it was going to be something like a build and survive kind of game. Like you were going to be doing crafting on bases and stuff. But then I've watched some people's clips of it on Twitch, and it seems to be much more based around battle royale or other game modes than it is around crafting and building, which isn't a dramatic change. It's just a change. Battle royale is fine. It's probably not fun for everybody, but it seems popular enough that it sticks around for a certain subsection of people. This game looks like, I mean, I don't know, but it looks more closer to Overwatch and Valorant as far as gameplay style. I guess we're going to learn that right now. They're probably going to go free to play. Doesn't seem bad, but it's just not even remotely worth the entry price. Oh, okay. Fortnite is a battle royale now. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I for some reason I thought maybe he was referring to some other change that happened down the line. I didn't know. They pivoted to battle royale and even away from the building part of it. Gotcha. Yeah, the building part seemed interesting, but I think the developers saw a bigger opportunity to grow the game into something else, and they made a right move. Okay, let's see.
Wasn't a lost cause. Concord has been the biggest high-profile disaster that most gamers are going to want to stay far away from the blast radius, you know? There isn't any sort of even Fallout 76 type redemption to be had here. It's not a case of no man.
Wait, now I have to ask about that. Fallout 76. So Oz was gifted that from one of our friends, and she played it only for maybe like a week, and she couldn't get into it at all. It just wasn't her style of gameplay. It wasn't that much fun. The quests were awkward and clunky. She noped out of it really bad. Did they have some redeeming? Is it like a good game now? Did they change some stuff to it? The release was awful. Yeah, I don't know anything about if they've made any changes, if it's worthwhile now. I know some games that we started really early on and we've left behind that I'm curious if they've managed any redemption. I gifted Oz a number of years ago We Happy Few, and she stopped playing that after only a couple days, and I felt kind of bad because it was one that it looked like she was really going to like, and she was gushing over the trailer for it, but then when she got the game, she's like, oh, you know what, it's not really my gameplay style. And it makes me wonder if they've fixed anything or changed anything to the game, or if they just left it and they're like, no, that's the game. Stupidly buggy, probably the single most hackable game out there. Oh no. Now it's a lot more like Fallout 4? Oh, okay. So is there a reason to play it besides Fallout 4? Or is it just kind of like a repeat? Not a complete recovery, but it's still actually okay now. Okay. Well, maybe I'll poke her to try it again. Maybe she'll do it on stream.
And Sky, where the game had potential and it hooked people, and they were willing to give it another shot with post-launch support. I think
I own No Man's Sky. I don't play a lot of single-player games. No Man's Sky is single-player, right? I did try it when it was earlier on, and it felt really empty and devoid of purpose to continue to play. It was also at a time where certain single-player game styles felt decidedly empty and time-sinky to me, and I just didn't want to spend all that time doing something in a game that I couldn't share with anybody else. But I don't know much about what they've made as far as changes to No Man's Sky, but a lot of people recommend it to me now. Only play it if you want multiplayer Fallout 4. Oh. No Man's Sky is co-op now? Oh, okay. What is it? When you say co-op, that's not the same thing as like multiplayer. So it's not like massive servers. Is it just like you and some friends? 2 people, 4 people? What are we talking? Still is devoid of purpose to play because it's all proc gen with no story. But for those who like that, it's got a lot of stuff to do. Okay. I don't know if I could really hang for that. I mean, there's some games that if it's like a progress sort of thing, like you build up and up and up and you make something more and more complex, like you feel like you're leveling up or you're gaining in complexity, I could understand that. But this No Man's Sky didn't really feel like it had a lot of that to it. And if it doesn't have that, if it's not exceedingly more and more complicated, or if it's not harder and harder, or if it's not story driven, then I don't know what it is. For me anyways. Added dozens of new gameplay systems as a whole. Capital shipbuilding, fishing, base building, farming, factory automation. That could be interesting. Trade empire planning. That could be maybe interesting. I've never played a game like that, but I'm curious, like older me is curious to try. Owning entire sections of the galaxy. Maybe I'll have to look into it again. Yeah.
think this is just dead and done with. Future generations of gamers will associate Concord with failure, with disaster, kind of like what Brink used to be. Anybody remember that dumpster fire?
Brink?
Also, can we
No.
talk about how funny it is that Sony decided to launch a live service game like this, which is dependent on a healthy player count to function, and they blocked this game's release from like 180 countries?
Wait, what?
What are you
Okay,
doing?
that's a bad. That's
Sony
bad.
literally learned nothing from the Helldivers 2 debacle. Like, they looked at that and thought, you know what? We should have just launched the game like that, blocked in all these countries.
What are you doing?
To be fair, though, I think those 180 countries are happy they were saved from purchasing Concord. So, you know, count your blessings. It must be pretty clear to the execs at Sony that Concord's chances of revival are basically zero. So by shutting it down, they're able to save money on the cost of running servers, the electricity for the computers in the building. Perhaps they can save some money on their taxes by writing this off as a fucking business loss. They're just getting what they can back. And this is not reassuring to any aspiring game developers, I imagine. The people of Firewalk are probably utterly demoralized, and I can sympathize with that. Albeit on a smaller scale. You know, it sucks when I put 2 weeks into a video that goes live and it's at the bottom. It's 10 out of 10, doing the worst, it's flopping. But that's only 2 weeks of work for like 1 to 2 people, you know? This was 8 years and 100 developers with the $100 million budget. I cannot even grasp my mind around the stakes and how much I would feel bad about. I only learned this game's existence a few weeks ago because I was doing research on upcoming hero shooters for the video I made on why Overwatch 2 was a pointless sequel, in which Concord was just a footnote in that video. Like, hey, maybe Concord is going to be one of those games that gives Overwatch 2 some competition.
You serious?
Really, Act-Man? Really? I didn't fucking know anything about it. Okay, cut me some slack. But it's still bizarre that Concord could launch to such low player counts. Like, they had a flashy, big-budget cinematic trailer that, like, clearly had a lot of effort put into it. It was being
Kind of.
on PlayStation.
Looking at the CG for that trailer, though, it doesn't look like they particularly spent a whole heck of a lot of time and investment to make that beautiful. It just looks like it could have been 10-year-old CG, frankly. 100 million for the core development, 100 million for advertisement, and Sony bought the studio for 200 million to plan on franchising it with TV shows, comics, merch, sequels. Ooh, you got to do more testing before you do all of that. How did they get such a big buy-in? Somebody from that dev team must, I don't know, like be really great in interviews or great friend maker. Like, I'm so curious how that happens. How do you get so much confidence in something that you haven't actually means tested to see if it's gonna like survive? Yes, nat 20 charisma, 100%. I wish I had something like that. Imagine I could shake somebody's hand and be like, hey, just give me, I could probably do 10 mil. Man, if I had $10 million, I would probably turn into one of the biggest streamers, be able to live here for the rest of my life, sort of like rent free. I mean, rent free. When I say rent free, I mean like not rent free, but like basically cover all of our expenses through such a long stint that I don't need to succeed right away. I could probably just throw different ideas and different marketing strategies, sort of like A/B marketing, 100 times over until something stuck and caught and made immense success. I wish I could shake a hand and just make that kind of thing happen. That's insane. It's a wild story that more is still coming out for every single day. Wow. Shakes hand, give me your fortune. I don't need a fortune. 10 mil is enough for me, Oz, and the kids. And then we could probably turn this whole thing into just a streamer den. Not a streamer den. Not with a whole bunch of other streamers. Just us.
PlayStation's showcase. They had plans for an animated spin-off series. They had written up a ton of lore and backstory on the characters in the universe. They had limited edition controllers.
No. This is stuff you do after you get a fandom. A fandom. You should see millions of people going, where's the merch? And then you go, okay, will generate something, not before. Holy crap. This reminds me of streamers. Have you ever, I mean, you're all watching a streamer right now. Have you ever come onto a streamer's stream? They're streaming to like 1 or 2 people, and their like aesthetic is beautiful. They have like an expensive gamer chair behind their head, the ones with the really high back, bucket seats. They got all these studio lights. They're like, oh, hey, welcome to the stream. If you chat on them, and they'll like press buttons on their little streamer deck, and like all these like videos and GIFs will play on screen. They've got crazy lighting going on, a backdrop that looks badass, and like, oh, like streaming like marquees with information, like really high, like their whole screen is just like busy with shit, and it looks like they've spent a ton of money on having like the perfect stream setup for like a pro, and their show sucks. You watch them stream, you listen to them talk, and you're like, there's nothing about you that's interesting. No wonder you're streaming to like 1 to 2 people. It's like, this is like what Sony just did, but Sony should know better. Just like go and spend all this time nerding out and doing all, like building your nest for what? You're not even pregnant with eggs. What are you making your nest for? That's a bird analogy I just tried there. It didn't really work. But you understand what I'm just trying to say. This is crazy. Some of the execs at the studio were weird too. Wow. 10 million is probably more than I will ever see at once. Same though. I'm just trying to raise one family in this one country off of this one thing we're doing right now. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to make 10 mil. One of the head directors was non-binary, insisted their pronouns were professor and doctor with no PhD at all. That's demeaning, frankly. Professor and doctor are things that you earn. They're earned ranks. And so if you feel like you align with that idea, that sensation, like you can ask your friends to play along because they're your friends, and that's polite. Friends do things to make their friends happy and comfortable. But to tell strangers or coworkers or whatever, or your employees, that that's what they should refer to you as when you haven't earned that accolade, that's an insult to people who have earned that accolade, right? It's not the same thing as an actual pronoun. They wanted all the respect of a well-studied person, but none of the work. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's demeaning. Anyone who wouldn't call them that, they'd search for reasons to fire them. That's a problem. I would fire for illegal termination or something like that. I don't know anything about that kind of streamer, but I know a guy with a mustache. It's a pretty nice mustache. Okay. Hopefully he didn't spend too much money growing it. And hopefully he streams to more than just 1 or 2 people. If it's a really nice mustache, that might be enough of a draw. It doesn't need a good personality.
It looks pretty sick, not gonna lie. There were months of planned live service updates with weekly story vignettes to keep players coming back.
Okay,
How
so
could
story.
So few people have bought or played this or cared about it.
Yeah.
Why did it become a ghost town?
Yeah.
660 people used to live here.
Very easily swayed.
Now it's a ghost town.
One Reddit user pointed out that people who pre-ordered got access to the closed beta, and that closed beta peaked at about 1,100 players.
Okay.
The open beta drew in a max of 2,400. The game launched to a player count of less than 700, an indication
That's weird.
that about
That's
half
bad.
of the players who pre-ordered the game canceled it or got a refund before release.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, deadlocks hit.
Wow. Funny you say that about wrongful termination. There's a new lawsuit that started up by an employee about that. Oh. That's how the pronoun thing came out. More than a dozen people confirmed the pronoun thing. Good. Good. They couldn't confirm that people were fired over it, so who knows where the lawsuit will go. That is a problem. I mean, with wrongful termination, you do need to be able to prove that that was the reason, or beyond reasonable doubt, you need to have some sort of evidence that you weren't fired for the reason that they said you were, or that the reason that they said you were doesn't have evidence on their side. Something like that. That can be tricky.
Hitting like 100K and it hasn't even fucking been announced yet. And I recently watched the cinematic reveal, and you know when you watch something and you're like, I don't feel anything. That's kind of what like a sociopath probably feels like. I just feel empty inside watching this. It comes across like a intergalactic co-op heist game.
This looks old graphics.
Really cool. That's a cool concept. I mean, this big tower in the circling city, it looks kind of cool. But the way the characters talk is uninteresting, mega cringe. They don't look visually appealing. It's
Not
like,
really.
Oh, get it? This guy likes hot sauce. Isn't that so quirky? Ah, the old shoot the hot sauce bottle at him. A classic trick. I think it's generous to call this a cheap knockoff of Guardians of the Galaxy. It's like, you can already play as the real Guardians of the Galaxy and Marvel Rivals. Just fucking play that. But you know, the setting was cool and interesting. Maybe we just needed time to get used to it. And then they said Concord would be a 5v5 hero shooter, and I think that's when most people just checked out, because there's a lot of those right now. But even in the gameplay trailers, where the footage has been curated and edited to be the best representation of the game possible, Concord still looked dull, unimaginative. I mean, just look at it. Compare this.
I'll say, can we back that up just a skosh?
Still looked dull, unimaginative.
So one thing you want to do in a good game design is create palettes that really scream intrigue or interest. The look here, the sort of like very normative blue sky and white walls, and the brownish goldish underside to that one roof there. Looks like there's a tree or a plant or something growing out there. The characters don't really speak to any kind of archetypal palette design for them either. There's this place, and then the next one.
I mean, just look at it. Compare this to the excitement present in the
Oh, maybe there wasn't a next one. It was just that one. It just there isn't enough limited palette. Limited palette really helps with that kind of thing. You know, do like a purple and yellow area, or like a deep blue and vermilion orange glowing area. You know, you can see these things almost immediately visually bright, and then the characters need to have some sort of limited palette and limited you want every character to have a silhouette that's very distinct and different from the others, so that you know immediately who that character is. You want to keep things so easily obtainable in a quick amount of time that there's significant differentiation, significant information transferred at very low visual cost. The more colors in at one time, the higher the cost. The more samey characters are, the higher the cost to differentiate them of the brain. And you don't want to give players too much upfront cost and all that kind of stuff. That cinematic trailer into saying it's a hero shooter is what I mean when I said earlier 3 to 8 minutes, and then people went back to sleep. So I know about Overwatch and Valorant. He said there are a lot of 5v5 shooters. I guess I haven't really looked into that genre to see if, like, how many other games are sort of doing that same sort of thing. But that's a shame. I mean, given the success of the two I mentioned, I don't know that there's really room for more competition. I don't know why Sony thought they had something that would really challenge that world, unless there was something really big extra gimmick that they could add in that would overthrow their predecessors. I mean, it depends on who you are. Like, when League of Legends came out, I was impressed by their usurping capability, and they were so strong with what they did that when other competition came out that spent immense, incredible money to grow to be at least as big as League of Legends, like Heroes of the Storm, Dota 2, it was pathetic how little power they had to pull away from League, because they didn't remake the genre nearly well enough. The cinematic trailer ended. They said it's a new hero shooter. Instantly, all of the Twitch chat on the summer games. The game is saved. I promise. All the Twitch chat on the summer game show chat just changed from yeah, excited to sleep. There's a different video that goes over how bad the character designs were compared to Overwatch, Team Fortress 2, etc., discussing how their visual language is so much better. Yeah. Gundam has one. Marvel and DC both have one. Ugh. Nintendo made a Pokemon one. Come on. Plants vs. Zombies has 2? Rainbow Siege 6? Oh, jeez. That's too many. Unless there's significant differences in the genre from game to game. I don't know.
Top 6 trailer. These gameplay showcases could be described as This is a brand new IP. It's a hero shooter, an established, saturated genre. You gotta blow us away with an explosive first impression.
Yeah.
The game sounded even less appealing when the developers sat down and explained to us what Concord was. None of it sounded unique. All generic statements you could say.
I mean, I saw somebody put down a dome for protection. Boring. I saw somebody erect a wall to divide the battleground. Done. I've seen people throwing grenades. Like, nothing I've seen so far has been new at all. Plants vs. Zombies has three different hero shooters. Wow.
About any first-person shooter, it's got a strong gameplay foundation, opportunities to outplay your opponent, tight core movement. Does it also have guns? And shooting? I love shooting things. If I'm not shooting, I'm not having fun. So for the people who watched these trailers and were aware of the game's existence, it probably didn't leave a strong impression, especially when it's in a showcase filled with other vastly more interesting games.
Yeah. The only defining feature they have is the consumables that persist between matches. So
in this article from the game,
not that interesting.
There's a paragraph that summarizes people's sentiments perfectly. I'd never heard of Concord before the showcase, or if I had, what I'd heard or seen hadn't been memorable enough to stick in my memorable's attention. The second reason Concord failed, they missed the bus. It's gone.
Yeah.
Okay? And now the game is stuck at rock bottom. Even
the map sort of evolves over the matches in a set. That's literally it. Yeah, it just kind of sounds like you can slowly gain or lose an advantage across matches a little bit in a way that you otherwise couldn't. But that's not, to me, that's not that captivating.
Even if this came out before Overwatch, it would have felt immediately outdated after Overwatch came out. Overwatch 1, yes. If you're gonna show up 8 years late to the party, you better bring some goddamn good chips and a keg of beer. Where's the beer? It's not just that the hero shooter genre is oversaturated, it's that Concord did nothing to differentiate itself from its competitors. As if nowhere along this 8th stretch of development, they thought, hey, maybe we should change directions and try to innovate and adapt to the changing gaming landscape and what the current expectations are.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you see this innovation in hero shooters like Deadlock, which is arguably more of a MOBA than a hero shooter. The aspects of Dota and League of Legends work to great success in Deadlock. It's a lot of fun. It doesn't play or feel like anything else out there. It's a genuinely innovative title, and it's in alpha, and the art style is still leagues better than this. They haven't even finished the fucking graphics on this game, and it still looks better.
All right.
Marvel Rivals has the benefit of the Marvel IP and the hundreds of characters they can pull creative inspiration from. NetEase has already worked on Overwatch in the past, so they have experience with that type of game.
Nice.
Apex Legends blends hero shooters with the Battle Royale formula. Valorant mixes hero shooters with Counter-Strike. It's these combinations of different ingredients that makes the beverage taste unique.
Right. I've been addicted to Deadlock for what it's worth. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll have to check that out.
Concord doesn't
I was a
have any
big
of that.
Overwatch fan back in the day.
And it's late to a trend we've all been familiar with for the last 8 years. The third reason, and let's play a game. One of these is not like the other. Can you help me figure out which one? Is it this one? No.
Okay, anyway. Let's move on. I'm running out of time. I got to get to sleep soon. It's currently invite only. If you want, I could shoot you an invite if you have me on Steam. Let me get through spooky season because I don't know right now. Like, oh man, especially last week and this week, my free time is almost non-existent. So let me see how I look at the end of maybe the end of October. Invite only beta is like 180,000 players. Damn, they're doing something right.
Detail and high graphical fidelity, but it lacks style. It lacks charm. It means Concord only looks like lots of money was invested into it, but not much creativity.
I don't even.
This is a hero
I don't know what he's saying about the graphics. The graphics do not even look that great to me.
shooter. The heroes are the selling point. This game has to have character. If I don't like the look, feel, or sound of these characters, then there's no reason for anybody to play it. So let's look at the roster, shall we? Teo. He looks like he's geared
These
up to
graphics
play
do not
laser
look
tag.
that great.
I'm really not sure what's up with the asymmetric, like, one blue eye thing. I'm guessing this is like the Soldier 76 of Concord. Hamar looks like she got her outfit at Value Village. Like, she went to a thrift store. Out of all the ways
She looks
you can
okay.
cast fire in video games, why tiny little balls? Star Child is...
Oh my god! What's wrong with your face?
What the fuck is this supposed to be? The bright blue skin tone? This looks like my fucking custom Oblivion character that I'm...
Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, a lot of these look like really bad RNG and character customizations. The point you skipped was him pointing out every other game is free to play. Yeah, sorry, I should have said I was skipping. Concord was a paid game. Yeah, $40 to get into plus microtransactions. That's too much.
Trying to make it as ugly as humanly possible. Oh my sweet lord. This lady looks like if Warhammer 40k created a kids show to teach infants how to count. She looks like she would be the main character. She would be the Steve of Blue's Clues. Her design looks like a 6-year-old's interpretation of the Fallout power armor. Like, impressive for a 6-year-old. For $100 million? No, sir.
Just looks like the Michelin Man.
Right there. The red flag. I mean, it's in plain sight. They
Okay.
on the character design.
Whoa. I lost the video. Boop. Oh, crap. Where was I?
Stop us from purchasing anything visually appealing about any of these characters. If you look at them, they're just all horrendously ugly. Or they have, like, such contrasting color schemes. Or, like...
It's their
this guy,
colors.
Jabali.
The colors are
Like,
really
isn't
bad.
that a fucking stupid name?
They're all very visually noisy. They have too many like little doodads on every single character. Their silhouettes are bad. The faces on the human characters just look boring and like normal people without anything interesting about them. Their futuristic clothes don't look that futuristic. They look like, I don't know, like 70s or 80s futuristic to me. All their weapon design looks boring, like they were just trying for literally anything that doesn't look like normal guns. And yeah, the aliens look super ugly and weird.
Even the robot, dude, he's literally called a trash dispenser. He's a fucking trash can. I bet Claptrap could beat the shit out of this guy.
This guy at least looks like he has interesting basic design, but again, I don't know, the weapon looks really stupid. The weird thing popping off the top side of the head looks weird. It just looks overwrought. The arms come out funny. The arms don't look like they live on this sort of character. Everything looks wrong.
This motherfucker looks like dog shit. Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay.
The art style, the color scheme is off-putting, and I don't know what the fuck any of these people, or if they're even people, are supposed to be. Compare this to any character in Overwatch, and it's no contest. And that's the thing, as crazy as this sounds, people want to look cool in video games.
Yeah.
This shit ain't cool. This is lame. Either make it cool or make it sexy. It's not hard. I don't think tits could have saved this game.
Or goofy. You can make it goofy.
Concord's characters aren't just ugly.
They don't look
tell
goofy.
you nothing about the character themselves.
All the characters look very pastel-y. Like a lot of the characters look like they have a color scheme, but it's very lightened and subdued. You want your art style for the environments to be subdued. You want them to be grayed out or pasteled out so that there isn't too much visual noise around you when you're playing a shooter. You want to be able to focus on your opponents, and you don't want a crazy like cyberpunk bright flashy world where you can't even track where your enemies are walking because the world is too high contrast. You need a lighter contrast world, but the players should be bright and engaging and captivating to the eye. They have it backwards. Well, their backgrounds look boring too. Their environments look boring. and the characters look boring. They don't have good color design for anything. You can't see it's anything other than two tires stuck together with arms and legs stuck to it. Nice. I hate the color palette. Yeah, the color palette was just a total loss.
None of you have ever played Team Fortress 2. And I'm pitching the game to you, and I tell you, it's a hero shooter or class-based shooter. I want you to tell me what you think this guy does. Kind of looks like he doesn't want his face to be seen. You know, maybe he's a stealthy kind of guy. What about him? Big machine gun. He's got a bigger frame than the other guys.
Yeah, visual storytelling.
Tough dude, can dish out a lot of damage, can take a lot of damage, but can't move fast. You see how easy it is to like differentiate between good and bad art styles? What do you think the fucking rice cooker guy does? Did you guess that he's a robot that shoots fucking vacuum cleaners? The point is, Concord isn't interesting to look at. I don't want to look at it. So between the unappealing visual design, the $40 price tag, the generic nature of the gameplay, it's no wonder why Concord failed to capture a meaningful audience. But what is perplexing is how this was okayed by anybody.
Yeah.
This is like Sony's Redfall. And right now, Sony is in dire straits. In 2022, they announced they had 10 live service games in production, and 6 of them would be released by March 2026. Layoffs have hit Sony developers, changing priorities for some of these live service titles. Others have been outright canceled, and some have become flops like Concord. This is representative of a wild overreach, an overexpansion and overinvestment into something Sony doesn't know how to market or create.
Yeah.
They're just throwing money away in the trash can and lighting it all on fire. It has to stop. It's easy to point and laugh at the ridiculous character designs, but truly it's tragic that so much money and time and effort has gone to waste in such spectacular fashion. Actually, fashion isn't even a word you can use when describing this game. I sure am glad they didn't use, $10 million, $20 million to make a new Jack and Daxter. Really glad we didn't get that instead. And we've already seen the industry hit with tens of thousands of layoffs, and critical flops like Concord will do nothing but contribute to this declining health of the video game industry and the hobby we all care about. Something needs to change, and it needs to change now. But these are the reasons why Concord has failed and why Sony is shutting it down just 2 weeks after launch.
Yeah. All right. Sony also has a lot more live services planned. Oh no. Sony, you need to slow your roll. The next one to release looks like it might be Concord Part 2. Wow. Because they're going to try to re-release and fix whatever they think was wrong with it. I hope they watch. Significantly, reasonably, we live in a world where content creators and critics can actually shed some real insight. And hopefully, I would love to be in this sort of position too. Not necessarily with games or not just with games, but imagine a world where critically thinking, well-spoken people can put together an analytical piece, a video essay, something that sort of is an expose, and companies have an R&D team that goes out and finds influencers and content creators and says, you know what, let's give these people's ideas a chance. Let's hear out what they have to say. And if their community is also commenting on the videos and sharing and agreeing with things or disagreeing with other things, that's free market research. The person making those videos usually gets paid in some way. They have AdSense or other product sponsorships or whatever happens to be so that they're able to pay the bills. So they're already making money doing their thing. They don't have to be paid by the company for those efforts unless they want to. I mean, if Sony wanted to find somebody and say like, hey, why don't you do an analysis on this and make a video on it, I wouldn't turn that down personally. But I think that would be really clever for them to take the already so many free developers of online critique space out there and just learn from that. We've developed this, we're creating new patches or trying to figure out what the next step is for our production company or for this particular IP. Let's go and listen to the masses and see where we've misstepped and where we might be able to fix this in the future. Maybe. If I remember correctly, it's 14 more live services planned for 2024 and 2025. Wow. Genuinely the next one they're planning, not actually Concord. Okay. But it looks like it's going to be a repeat of Concord's failure. Oh no. Bad stuff. Valve's actually doing that with Deadlock. Good. They've been making tons of changes, typically at least one change patch per day. Wow. They also completely redoing 2 character designs to have them match the visual language the character classes should have. That's awesome. One is a super tanky character. They're going to make the character look more tanky. The other is a glass cannon that looks too much like a tank and leads to lots of people playing both of them wrong. Yeah, that kind of stuff is important. I know it sucks. We shouldn't live in a world where stereotypes and ideas like that exist and inform us, and yet it does. We live by certain visual language. Beefy characters immediately speak to, you know, beefy actions, and slim, slight characters or petite characters speak to different other types of action. You don't grab a bulky character and go on a stealth mission. You don't grab a petite character and believe you're grabbing a tank. It's how it do. Yeah. It shouldn't, but that's how life is. Yeah, exactly. All right. I didn't play any games tonight. We just we had a very good long chat. Thank you all for all of the good times we've had tonight. Hopefully the analysis part was interesting to everybody else to take a look at Octalysis with me. And yeah, it was just very interesting, different stream. If this one turns out that there's a lot more interest in me observing and breaking down future systems, or just taking a look and reacting at deeper detail to things that are already out there, let me know in the comments or DMs or wherever you find me. Probably comments on YouTube, because that drives the algorithm, gets us to our watch hour goal that much sooner. But it was a good stream. I had a good time. Hopefully you did too. And now I really need some sleep. I missed all of that. Gotta watch the YouTube VOD. Oh no, I get watch hours now because you have to go watch them. Darn. I'm so sorry. All right. If you're watching on YouTube and Kick, we're going to say goodnight to you right now. Twitch, we're going to go find somebody to raid. Thank you for being you. If you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. This next upcoming Saturday, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, we're going to be continuing on with the Layers of Fear remake that came out just last year. So we've already made it through the Painter's Tale. I believe we've done all of it, if I understand correctly. And we're going back into the author's story. So I'm excited to see what happens next. I don't even know how much more game there is, but that's what we're doing on Saturday. So don't miss it if you're looking for spooky games this spooky season. Interesting long-form reaction, if you're interested in stuff like it, is Josh Strife's He's did a full breakdown of all the different types and how bad they are of pay to win in games. Interesting. Yeah, that could be interesting to watch. Josh has a lot of good analysis videos. Okay, I'll take a look at it and take consideration on that. Thank you. All right, YouTube, Kick. We'll see you all in the next one. Have a good night.